All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to 2017 SWAC Championship live on Bold TV. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Pleased to be here with you in our first round of double elimination match play, of course, as we get closer to crowning a conference champion here at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. Our first match on our featured pair, the number 3 seed Jackson State taking on the number 6 seed Grambling State. Again, the top 2 seeds after yesterday's qualifying received buys into the second round, essentially. So your top seed, Alabama State, number 2 seed, Texas Southern, they will bowl just a round later, of course, at about 10 a.m. That's when their practice session will begin. Our other match features the number 4 and number 5 seeds. Prairie View A&M, the 4 seed, has won the SWAC Championship 2 out of the last 3 seasons, taking on, the Southern University Jaguars, the number 5 seed. Again, appreciate everyone tuning in. We'll be here with you throughout the day. Tomorrow, ESPNU will come in. They will take over from a television standpoint. The SWAC Championship will schedule to air on April 2nd and April 3rd at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Best out of 7. So first to 4 wins will win the match and move on. Of course, the loser of the match will not be eliminated. They will fall into the loser's bracket. They'll have some extra work to do. Nice shot there from Asia Walker for Grambling State, bowling in the number 3 position for Coach Kenneth Meyer's squad. Grambling State in the red shirts. Jackson State, the defending SWAC Conference tournament champions. First open of the day from Paola Estrada. Here, this is Ariel Henderson for Grambling State. Now Laura Uzel up for Jackson State. Just 4 teams again bowling so far here in the early going. We'll have more as we move into, again, our later rounds, where our top 2 seeds will begin competition as well. In fact, the winner of this match will move on to face Texas Southern. The winner of the Prairie View and Southern match will move on to face the number 1 seed, Alabama State. Again, top of the morning to you, wherever you may be watching from. Or it could be evening or afternoon for that matter. Always get some international viewers, and we certainly love that. And it's cool to find out what time it is in certain places. Again, best out of 7. You're watching Jackson State and Grambling State here at the SWAC Conference Championship. A good day and a good weekend for bowling, of course, especially at the NCAA level. Lots of conference championships being contested and on the line. The Southland Conference Championship. Check out Inside Bowling. Of course, we have the SWAC here. USBC, the NEC Conference Championship being taken care of by NEC Front Row. You can check all of those handles out on Twitter, of course. Inside Bowling, USBC, NEC Front Row. The MIAA and the ECC all being streamed on the Cube. All right, it's Faith Lawson. Faith, a freshman from Chicago, Illinois. 3 Chicagoans on the squad for Coach Kenneth Myers. Laurencia Harmon, the anchor bowler for Grambling State. That's should be part of the all-tournament team. Finished third during yesterday's qualifying rounds. 5 traditional team games yesterday. Total pinfall decided the seeds for our match play, our double elimination match play bracket and competition today. And of course, top 5 individuals be on the all tournament team as well. Good spare from Lawson over on Jackson State. A good spare in the leadoff position, rather than a strike in the 7th frame. For the Lady Tigers. That was Brianna Reed, the senior from Linden, New Jersey. Brianna Reed and Kiera Smith worked really well together yesterday. They were substituted for one another at various points of the day, but both performed admirably for the other. And it was a great example of how teammates and teamwork should work. Each player coming in and doing the best they could and did it very well. I might add, to assist not only that particular player themselves and of course the team. Jackson State, they want to get back to the championship match and ultimately win a title. Of course, they're going to have to do it potentially at the moment with an extra match, which is this one, as they did not earn a first round bye. Of course, that honor belonged to Texas Southern, number 2 seed, and Alabama State. Laura Uzel, one of the 2 seniors on this squad, along with Brianna Reed. Michelle Walker, a sophomore from Chicago on this squad, got on the mic before or as the teams were being introduced. And essentially, nice shot there from Asia Walker, again from Grambling State. Got on the microphone, did Michelle, and said a few words about the seniors and how much they meant to the squad. And then someone surprised them with balloons and flowers. Very nice moment for those 2 seniors at Jackson State. Just a team thing. Teammates honored their seniors before competition. All right, Grambling State in a pretty good position here. The Baker format, if you're unfamiliar with it, 5-player teams. Each player will bowl 2 frames. The leadoff bowler bowls 1st and 6th, 2nd and 7th, 3rd and 8, 4 and 9. And your anchor player bowls the 5th and 10th frames. The format, of course, tends sometimes to even things out a little bit. Communication is so key. You have to be able to properly communicate what's happening on the lanes, what you're seeing on the lanes to your teammates. Grambling State has a pretty good anchor in Laurencia Harmon from Chicago. And in many cases in the Baker format, all you need sometimes is a very good anchor player. Right now, they are in control here in game number 1 as the spare is chopped at 3-6-10 by Marcela Sanchez. 156 for Jackson State in game number 1. Laurencia Harmon. Good shot, and that is a first game win for Grambling State. Again, 1-4 will move on. .40-foot pattern. Players are bowling on NCAA 3, a transfer brush pattern. Again, 40 feet, 24.65 milliliters. Familiar with or curious on how the graph looks, check out the info section of this event. You can find the bracket, where to check out the other results, of course, at the SWAC Tournament Central page. The seeds. There's a double from Harmon. All right, 184 to 156. Yeah, folks, you don't need a lot. You just need to win. And just like that, Grambling State off to a pretty good start here. Teams will switch lanes. Folks in the crowd say, hey, time to wake up. Grambling State seeded 6th. Total pinfall category yesterday, but they had a really good opportunity here. If they can keep the momentum, get it to their anchor player, Laurencia Harmon. Asia Walker struck twice in that first game. This is Faith Lawson from Chicago. And she crosses over. Good shot. Brianna Kirk. All right, big double early for Jackson State. Let's see if that first game loss will ignite and energize the defending champions. almost a 4-10 there. For Brianna Reed, little lineup adjustment here for Jackson State. They start with a 3-bagger. Asia Walker continues to strike. She has not missed in her 3 frames so far. How you doing, Garland? Hello, Eric. Shout out to Garland. Garland was with us yesterday, as well as many of you in the chat room currently. Eric, total pinfall was used yesterday in regards to the seeding. So qualifying the 5 traditional team games, although there was a win-loss record. So if you were to go and look at the results from yesterday on the SWAC Tournament Central page, you would see a win-loss record, but it was determined, the seeds were determined by total pinfall. And that is where that portion comes into play from the tournament. In case, and I'll need to double check, but in case of a tie, I would imagine there would be an additional game as far as the Baker competition is concerned. Can't see a situation where total pinfall would break any ties in regards to especially Baker competition. But today is best out of 7. Of course, Baker. First 4 wins, you move on. Tomorrow there will be an undefeated team who will bowl for a championship, and that team will have to lose twice no matter what to lose the championship. Today, of course, it could be a very long road for some of these teams, or one of these teams. Losers of these 2 matches here, again, this one on 7 and 8, the other going on 3 and 4. If they were to lose, they would fall, of course, into the losers bracket, and then that would put them at 1, 2, 3, and then an extra match, or really 4 or 5 total matches if you were to lose. Or one of these 4 teams were to lose as well. Well, Jackson State has rebounded nicely. So far, pretty solid success on lane 8. Both teams now in the middle part of their lineup to the latter part of the game. Taking a look down now, Prairie View lost their first match, or excuse me, the first game 188 to 178. So if there are some underdogs, if you will, two lower seeds come out early and get 2 Game 1 victories. Grambling State, if you're just joining us, defeated Jackson State 184 to 156 here in Game 1. This is game number 2. Well, the first errant shot there for Asia Walker. Seen a lot of Chicago athletes in this tournament. Almost looks like 1 or 2 at least on every team. That one looked like there was a tad bit slow from Brianna Krebtai and left the Greek Church. And some Jackson State potential alums. Hello to Cheyenne Glass. Miss Glass, if I mispronounced that, I apologize. If you have any questions for those of you watching, please let me know. If I don't have the answer, I could probably point you in the right direction to find it. Or if there's something I forgot in our informational list or tab in the event information section, be sure to add that. We've got the bracket there for you. We've got the lane pattern. Actually, the one thing that I did forget, if you are interested in other matches, of course, I'll be able to add an extra camera on some of the scores, a static scoreboard here that updates, of course, after every game. But if you'd like to see the live scoring, which is always cool to watch, I'll post that link as well. You can also watch yesterday's competition, 5 traditional team games, under the Sport of Bowling USBC page. If you haven't subscribed, be sure to do that, of course. See all of our college bowling events. We'll have the the intercollegiate team championships and singles championships in just a few weeks at Baton Rouge, Louisiana. We'll have the USBC Queens coming up as well, USBC Senior Queens, and a lot of good stuff from the PWBA Tour, which will start at the end of April. We'll be posting links to live streams and the replays from certain items throughout the season there as well. So a lot of good content, of course, coming up. Be sure to like this event and subscribe if you have not, to, again, the Sport of Bowling USBC. We appreciate it, as Jackson State now ties things up here. 186 seems to be the number, or I should say mid 180s seems to be the number, or the range, for victories so far here. And we've only seen victories now on lane 8. 186 to 160. We are tied at 1 game apiece. Butler gets things started, the leadoff bowler for Jackson State. Seven count there for 8th loss. And also the live scoring link has now been added to the information page, or excuse me, the information underneath the event you're watching now. Hello, contained storms. Oh, that's pretty cool, Miss Glass. Well, now I have to call you Miss Glass for sure, as a professor. That's fantastic to support your students, your university. And see, that's what it's about. We don't have enough of that. Hello, Marcel. Appreciate everyone saying hello as they enter the chat. That's nice. Salutations. Okay, Jackson State in a little bit of early trouble here. Back-to-back opens for the defending champions, the Lady Tigers of Jackson, Mississippi. There are a lot of good things about Jackson, Mississippi. It's a good place to visit. Good shot there from Paulo Estrada. Good shot again, Asia Walker. Asia has been so far the most consistent for Grambling State. I believe she's missed just once. Well, we've got ourselves a game. We're on 3 and 4. If you're interested in that match, you can check out the live scoring link. There's a nice double for Grambling State. All right, here's Laurencia Harmon from Chicago. Almost got a push. It does. That, my friends, is what you call a three-bagger in the Baker system. See the intensity, the excitement level. This is Laura Uzel. 9 goes out, she'll leave a 7 pin. One of the good things so far here for Grambling State. But many people probably didn't expect them to win, for example, against a caliber team like Jackson State. And so when there's no pressure, you can just go out and stay relaxed. Jackson State, the defending champions. They want to, of course, get back to the winner's circle, and so sometimes you get to tense up a little bit. It's still early, but you can see the confidence start to grow here for Grambling State. Again, throughout the day, folks, we'll have all of the competition for you as best we can. We'll be on 7 and 8. All right, sorry about that, folks. I had a quick question. Some of our fans and spectators on how they can watch. Never have an issue, of course, answering those questions because we want people to be able to watch the SWAC Championship. And right now, Grambling State continues. It's shot in the 9th frame, and Jackson State needs some help. How about that, Eric? Eric is from Bolingbrook, Illinois. About that, Eric. I am from Chicago, sir. Grew up in the city, born in the city. Contain Storms, also from Chicago. We've got a lot of Chicago athletes here as well competing. Also, of course, but Chicago, a great bowling city, always has been, and we certainly hope it will continue to be that way. Just a bit outside there from Laurencia Harmon. Jackson State at the moment still there's a good chance, depending on what Laurencia Harmon does here and what Paola Estrada does here, if she crosses over. Marcel, shout out to the Netherlands. You know, the Netherlands, Finland, and Sweden. For me, at least each time the last few streams or events we've covered on Bowl TV, we get several viewers from those particular 3 countries that I've noticed, or at least that people have let us know about in the chat room. Well, like many, well, this will be the last part about me, at least for now anyway. Grew up in the city, lived in the city, went to high school in the city, went to college for about a year in the city. But nonetheless, you move out sometimes in the city. Now I live in the south suburbs when I'm home. Actually, I live here in Arlington, Texas, but I still reside home sometimes as well. Very familiar with Bolingbrook, however. Called several games at Bolingbrook High School, both football and basketball. Basketball team was very good again this year. Speaking of Bolingbrook. And speaking of bowling, right in front of us is this Brianna Reed. Good shot in the 9th frame. Best Jackson State can shoot is 193. A strike will give Grambling State 200 even. But 4 pins will get the job done for Laurencia Harmon. That's more than 4. And 8 is more than enough for another W. Important to note, folks, if you're scoring at home, all 3 victories, 2 from Grambling State, 1 from Jackson State, all have come on lane 8. All right, Grambling State, 198. Again, it's the first of 4. Best out of 7. And Jackson State continues to kind of tinker with that lineup, trying to find the right combination. Don't want to let the match get away from them. And our other match looks like game 3 just ended. Not sure who won that one. I'll tell you in a bit. Arizona State, or excuse me, Alabama State. I knew I was going to do that. I talked about the differences from ASU. You could be talking about Alabama State or Arizona State, for example. Good shot from Uzel on the field. 198 to 173. Grambling State with the win. We move on to game 4. Back to Alabama State, Texas Southern. The top 2 seeds now practicing. Their practice started at 10 o'clock. They get to warm up. At the conclusion of our first 2 matches, we will have the presentation of the all-tournament team and coach of the year. Yesterday, prior to competition beginning, the bowler of the year, newcomer of the year awards, or excuse me, the freshman of the year, I beg your pardon, and the first and second team all-conference selections were announced. All right, let's make the change on our scoreboard. Again, if you are just joining us, Grambling State, as I make the change right now, leads Jackson State 2-1. 2 games to 1. Opening match, best out of 7. Early open. Big thanks again to our international viewers. Marcel dropped in. Hello, Robin. Hello, Scooter. Tough split there for Asia Walker. 3, 6, 7, 10. Upcoming SWAC Championships, the tennis championships from the Pepsi Tennis Center in New Orleans, Louisiana. That is April 14th through 16th. The golf championships, the Links on the Bayou Golf Club, Oak Wing Golf Club, Alexandria, Louisiana, April 17th through the 19th. The outdoor track and field championships from Alabama A&M University in Huntsville, Alabama, May 5th through the 7th. Softball championships from Alabama State and Montgomery, Alabama, May 10th through the 13th. And the SWAC Baseball Championship from Wesley Barrow Stadium in New Orleans, May 17th through the 21st. Those are your upcoming SWAC Championships. I'll tell you what's upcoming here. See if Brianna Reed can take care of this washout. She'll take 3. Mentioned each team has won all of the games on lane 8. Grambling State, again, with 2 victories to 1, but all 3 wins combined have come on lane 8. Let's see if Jackson State can follow suit, follow the pattern, and get the victory. There's Laurencia Harmon. That one is through the face. She leaves a 4-6. A 1-pin match currently. 1-pin game, I should say. And now if you give Laurencia Harmon the count, remain a 1-pin game in favor of Jackson State. Pretty much all even at this point. A very big game here for both teams. If Grambling State can get the win, they'll go up 3-1 and will have all of the momentum. If Jackson State can win the game, they will tie it up 2-2. They will give them what they need to propel them to a victory. Big shot there from Brianna Kirk. And that's an even bigger double for Marcela Sanchez. Very big game again for both teams here. Paola Estrada from Sonora, Mexico. The the sophomore. She struggled a little bit yesterday. Saw her a couple times here when they came on 7 and 8. Just couldn't get the ball right. Let's see how she does it here. Looks like she just pulled it again. Tough spare, 3, 6, 9, 10. This is Ashley Triggs from Port Allen, Louisiana, the freshman. Gets out of a jam there and leaves a 6-10. Again, this is the SWAC Conference Championship, Southwestern Athletic Conference, part of the NCAA Women's Bowling. There are several conference championships going on this weekend, including the Southland Conference, the MIAA, the ECC. She's got to get some help there, and she misses. The MEAC also ongoing, as well as the NEC. So if you're a fan of bowling, especially at the collegiate level, this is your weekend, or this is one of them, I should say. And the open frame in the 8th. The double in the 6th and 7th frame certainly are now the difference at the moment. This is Asia Walker. It's been so good for Grambling State so far this morning. That looks pretty good. Good shot, and she wraps a 10. Brianna Reed from Linden, New Jersey. Bumping Jay-Z this morning in the warm-ups. That's got a push. It does. Get out of there, 8-10. Brianna Reed maybe with the most RPMs on the squad. She gets her hand in a very good position at the release. Open frame. For Grambling State. So Laura Uzel, the senior. They got their seniors in the 4-5 for Jackson State. And that one is a little bit outside. Again, Jackson State with plenty of experience. I mentioned the 2 seniors. They won this event last year for the first time in school history. They've got TV experience as well. It's a big break for Grambling State. Ariel Henderson, the freshman from Cleveland. Thanks for checking in, Eric. Couldn't have said it better, my friend. Well done. Richie Harmon is going to need to bring them all here. Put a little pressure on Laura Uzel. That one's outside. And Jackson State will get a victory. They'll even things up at 2 games apiece. Strike, spares, and scholarships. First of all, I really like that name. That's, man, you couldn't hit the nail on in the head any harder than that. Strike, spares, and scholarships. That is youth bowling and an opportunity. That's what we're watching here, essentially. Strike, spares, and Division I athletes. To your point, though, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I certainly enjoy what I do. And I enjoy bringing all of the fans some of the action as we all do here at Bowl TV, whether it's myself or Aaron Smith, Matt Cannizzaro. I certainly always like to share the compliments, if you will. Hello, Miss Saul Miller. What we have here, we've got an even match. It is 2-2. Prairie View A&M and Southern. Again, 2 games apiece. Looks like Prairie View is off and running. They've got 4 in a row. They're in game number 5. 154 to 135. This one a little bit low scoring in this game. Both teams starting to see a little transition. Well, Jackson State ties things up. What could have been the biggest game for both teams, just from a momentum perspective. Now it's all even at 2, and it's now the race to 3, best out of 3 games at this point. Shakespeare scholarships, if you're referring to some of the names I mentioned, those would be my colleagues that you will hear also on Bowl TV. So for example, if you'll be checking out the intercollegiate team in singles championships, we'll be live there from Baton Rouge in a couple of weeks. I will be present along with my main man Aaron Smith. Be sure to check out the bracket if you haven't. You can find the brackets right underneath in our information section on the event. We have the bracket for you, the seeds, the lane pattern, and a live scoring link. So Ms. Saul Miller, if you wanted to check out the live scoring, you certainly can watch that. Just click that link. The winner of the 3-6 match between, of course, Jackson State and Grambling State will take on Texas Southern. That match will take place on 9 and 10. We will have that one for you. Prairie View and Southern will take on Alabama State. That will happen on 5 and 6. And if necessary, or if we can, we'll try to get a little bonus coverage of that match. But it is a nice little ways, so not too far away, but from a camera perspective, it is a little bit. There is a situation where we could see the top 2 seeds meet. That would be in match 7. And essentially what will be a semifinal. One of the most important things, of course, in our sport, no one needs to tell you that, obviously, if you're a fan or a watcher of bowling, is spare shooting. But it becomes magnified a little bit in the Baker format. When you only have essentially 2 frames per bowler, open frames become magnified just a little bit more. So really, in this type of situation where the lanes are kind of transitioning, not sure where to play, that extra focus is necessary on your spare shooting and your spare shots, because those essentially will determine who moves on here. We are tied at 2 games apiece. Both matches, this one and our 4-5 match, Prairie View A&M and Southern, on lanes 3 and 4. This is Paola Estrada on lane 7, taking her time, trying to take care of the 3-pin. She does just that. Open frame in the third for Grambling State. There's Brianna Reed. That's got a push. And she will leave a 9-10. Right, Texas Southern has completed their practice, or warm-up period, I should say, as well as Alabama State. They only got 20 minutes. Strike spares and scholarships. Can you just briefly tell me a little more about the program? You don't have to write too much, or tell me where to find website or Facebook or something like that. Because I'm curious. 6 girls bowling in the SWAC from your program. I'm wondering, you wouldn't happen to be in Chicago, would you? All right, there's a 5-7 to be had from Ritzia Harmon, and then a 2-4, 7-10. Laura Uzel to deal with on lane 7. He's got a chance. This Harmon, and she makes it. Big shot. And Uzel follows suit for Jackson State. Loses some count. 70 in the 5th for Jackson State. Grambling State has the advantage currently. They lead this game right now by 7. Right there in the 6th. This one is turning to be a good one, folks. Hello, Brenda. Shout out to Arizona. Lee, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. If we can, I will try to get a little bit of that match for you. It's a little bit out of our range. And I'll try to do what I can for you if we can. Yeah, from where we are and where our extra camera setup, not the best angle. But if it gets close, right now Prairie View has a 3-2 lead in that match as they begin game 6. Marcela Sanchez. Marcela playing a very tight line down lane from release to end point. Not covering a lot of boards, almost pointing it a little bit. So just got to be able to trust it. from Sanchez. Asia Walker had a couple of opens in the last few. She started out the match, first couple of games, on fire, all over the pocket. Missed a couple of spares, but this washout conversion, if she can do it, will certainly get this team, and she pulls it. She missed a spare on lane 7, and yeah, been grabbing or looking at maybe a thumb issue there. Nonetheless, an open frame in the 8th. Here is Estrada. Oh, she gets a break. Has the head pin up, 1-2. All right, Ariel Henderson with a strike in the 9th frame. Over in the Southern Prairie View matchup. Prairie View an open frame in the 5th. Looks like they started with a 3-bagger spare open, and now a strike in the 6th frame. And folks, go ahead and hit the thumbs up on this event. We'd appreciate it. If you haven't subscribed to this Bowl TV, please do so as well. We'd love to keep you up to date with all of our content so you can be alerted, of course, when Bowl TV is in action. All right, 3 consecutive spares for Jackson State, all of the 8-spare variety. Grambling State again the strike in the 9th. This is Brianna Reed. The strike will go a long way, and the ever so popular 3-10. Tied at 2 games apiece. Number 3 seed and defending SWAC champions, Jackson State, in a fight with Grambling State, the number 6 seed. Another close game. She'll take the 10-pin. So 133, best they can do is 163. Who will go first here? Will it be Laura Uzel? Will it be Laurencia Harmon? Grambling State, best they can do is shoot 172. If Laurencia Harmon were to go spare strike, it would finish with 152. That would mean Jackson State would need, at worst, spare strike to win this game. If Harmon strikes here on the first shot, I will put them in the 160s. Laura Uzel will go first for Jackson State, the lefty. That's online. She leaves an 8-pin and gets out of trouble. Big shot here. The first one for Laurencia Harmon could be the winner. It's going to cross over, hopefully. She pulls it a little bit, and she leaves what certainly is makeable, but it is very toppable. The 6'9". So it's all about spare shooting. You heard me talk about it. Spare shooting magnified in the Baker format. It's a big spare. Uzel does her job. And Jackson State still in control. Uzel can shut out Grambling State no matter what Laurencia Harmon does on her fill if she makes the spare. A strike would give Jackson State again 153. The scenario is playing out just like this, but Harmon must make this spare to have any chance. It's right, it hooks back, and she takes care of business. So Laura Uzel. Anything less than a strike, we could have a possibility of a tie or a Jackson State loss. And she gets 5. 148. Loses some count there. Now Laurencia Harmon. She needs 7 for the win. Everyone watching. It's left, but it's struck. I tell you, sometimes you hate to lose on a Brooklyn, but in this situation, a strike's a strike. The X is on the scoreboard, and Grambling State could be doing something that no one thought they would do, or could. In our other match, Southern looks like they doubled in the 10th. Prairie View just made a spare in the 10th. They picked up a split. So Southern with a double in the 10th, they got 176. They can shoot 206 here. Best Prairie View A&M can shoot is 201. So again, it's a matter of count on field balls. Yet again on that match. All right, if you're just joining us, we got ourselves a good one here. Grambling State leads Jackson State 3-2, folks, in the best of 7. Laura Uzel, another chance to win the game. A strike would have shut out Grambling State. She would have struck on her field shot last game in the 10th. Fortunately got 5. That took off some pressure there for Grambling State's anchor, Laurencia Harmon. And now it is Jackson State still playing from behind. In fact, they've really been playing from behind since this thing started. Meanwhile, Southern defeats Prairie View A&M 204 to 200. So I believe that match is now tied at 3 games apiece. So, well, this opening round here at the SWAC Championship is off and running, folks. If this round is anything, or to say if the rest of the day is anything like what we're seeing right now, it's going to be a good day. Good shot from Marcela Sanchez. In the lineup for Jackson State, Sierra Smith, leadoff bowler. Sierra Smith leading off again for Jackson State. She was followed by Marcela Sanchez, Paola Estrada, and the 3-hole. Brianna Reed in the 4th position, and Laura Uzel in the 5th position. And for Grambling State, who now actually are smiling a little bit more. I think they actually understand what's happening or what they could be doing here. Kind of getting into the moment. They've slowly kind of got more into it as the match has progressed. But that's what confidence will do for you. This is Asia Walker. Asia Walker again bowling in the 3-hole. Faith Lawson, the freshman from Chicago, leads things off. She was followed by Ashley Triggs, I believe, the freshman from Port Allen, Louisiana. Estrada with the spare. Yeah, total pinfall does not matter. This is match play in the form of Best out of 7 Baker. So the first team to win 4 games in a match will move on. If there is a tie, then each team will receive half a game and they will continue on. Reed gives the ball a little room. Gunnar Reed seems to be one of the players on the squad who can go left to right. But when you do that, essentially it's just really all about obviously what ball you have in your hand and where you are playing. Again, Southern and Prairie View A&M also, or not also, I should say, they are in the 7th and final game. So winner take all going on 3 and 4. Again, check the live scoring link in our information section to follow along. If this match is over prior to that game being done, I will give you a little bit. It'll be a tough angle, I'll tell you now, as I said before. All right, big spare for Ariel Henderson. All right, Laurencia Harmon. Laurencia, an all-tournament team. Laura Uzel switches balls as she leaves the 5-pin. Update on Prairie View A&M. They're getting off to a good start. They've got 3 in a row. They're on lane 3. Brittany Kenny leads 7. Southern started with open frame and now a single pin. Laurencia Harmon, that one's a little bit outside, and she leaves the 1-2-9. For Laura Uzel, that was a pretty good shot. Just got to be comfortable, relax, and hit the target. She'll be able to hit the 1-2. All right, Harmon, big spare coming up here. Jackson State, most importantly, clean through their first 5 frames. That is textbook. Not only textbook on the spare, but if she does that on the first shot in the 10th frame, that'll probably be 10 in the pit. Kirk looking for a strike. Big shot. Jackson State bowling like this match depends on it, because it does. They trail 3 games to 2. All of the information, folks, is listed. That's a tough one. 3-9-10. Grambling State is giving Jackson State now some opportunities here. Can Marcela Sanchez double up? Sanchez from El Salvador. That's a good shot there. It's a very good shot. She leaves something makeable. Got out of trouble with the 5-7. She'll take the 5-pin, of course. Southern with 4 9 counts. They've missed 2 of them, the first 2. This has got a chance. For Grambling State, they've got to look at what their bowling balls are doing now on the lane. They look like they are inching a little bit left and getting to that middle of the lane where there is some early friction. Pattern might be a little flatter there. All right, another spare. Again, you got to fill frames in Baker. That is what it's about. Fill frames, you generally will win 85 to 90% of the time, in my opinion. This is Paola Estrada for Jackson State. Got a hook. Again, something makeable. Estrada just looks like that ball may be a bit too strong. It's not giving her anything down lane. Reading very early. All right, over in game 7 through 5 frames. Unfortunately, Southern. 3 opens in 5 frames, no strikes. Prairie View A&M, I believe, I'm not sure at this point, may be clean. If not, at the most 1 open. They've got 134 and 6 on the strike. And no love on the 9-pin for I believe that was Caitlin Dickerson for Prairie View A&M. Oh, Southern had a chance here. Game not over. Southern in the 6th frame. They've got to start getting some strikes there. All right, Estrada. If you want to win a Baker game, this is how you do it. I think I lost track of, let me see. Yeah, right by my count. As I mentioned earlier, Lee, absolutely. The lane 8 has been the lane in this match. The only one I'll say in our previous game, Jackson State, that was their game to win. That's got to get some help.
Come on, Marie. Go get it, go get it.
So it does look like we're going the distance here. And can Grambling State continue to be lane 8 magic, or will Jackson State be able to break that curse? That one's got a hook. First open of the game. There's very small life for Grambling State here. Asia Walker's got to start with the spare. She gets it. If you're in the chat room, let us know where you are watching from. The rest of the matches to be shown will include coming up on 9 and 10. 1 second. Nice shot there from Ariel. We'll have 9 and 10. We'll have the winner of this match taking on the number 2 seed Texas Southern. We'll have that for you again on lanes 9 and 10. Alabama State and the winner of the Prairie View Southern match will do battle on lanes 5 and 6. That is coming up in the next round. At least it should be coming up. They'll have a couple of winners matches either along with or before the loser bracket competition gets going. All right, with the open frame in the 9th for Grambling State. Jackson State has won game 6. Now we're tied at 3 games apiece. Hello to Art Rubio watching from Florida. And looks like Southern and Prairie View A&M finishing things up in the 10th frame. Prairie View A&M will get the win. It took all 7 games. Valiant effort by Southern. .182. Final score for Jackson State. .162 for Grambling State. All right, the 7th and deciding game. Prairie View, again moving on. It will face the #1 seed, Alabama State, on 5 and 6. So we'll have there will be a losers match on 1 and 2. Then Alabama State and Prairie View A&M on 5 and 6, and Texas Southern and the winner of this match on 9 and 10. That's what will be coming up in our next round. Again, we'll have 9 and 10, and we'll try to get as much as 5 and 6 along the way as we can. No, William. I did not have that option. I believe the higher seeded team had choice of lane to start the match, and then they alternate from there. Hello, Ariel's uncle. Denise is trying to help Grambling State get a big victory here in the opening round of match play in our Saturday competition at the SWAC Championship. Wow. Four, 7, 9, 10. In game 7, folks. Winner moves on to face Texas Southern. Open for Jackson State. If you're just joining us, my name is Emil Williams Jr. Welcome to the International Training and Research Center on the International Bowling Campus, home of USBC Team USA is this training center. And this weekend it is the home of the 2017 Southwestern Athletic Conference Women's Bowling Championship. This is Game 7, the number 3 seed Jackson State University, the Lady Tigers, and the Grambling State. Big shot for Estrada. That might have been her first strike. Gonna come at a better time. Seven count. And now Brianna Reed looking for a double. 2 seniors for Jackson State. That one crosses over for a double. Big spare. And Grambling State. Uzell up. Again, the southpaw. That's got a chance. She gets out of trouble. The ball may have started a little bit earlier than the previous ball. She made a ball change, a game and a half ago, it seems like now. Anchor player for Grambling State and their best player, Laurencia Harmon. That's a decent shot. Fast and going right. 2-4-5. All right, lineup turning over here for Jackson State. And it's all about filling frames for both teams. Although it might be the first team on this back half to catch a double. Might be moving on. Open frame in the 5th. Jackson State with an opportunity. Michael, the oil pattern is 40 feet. NCAA 3 transfer brush. It is listed in the information section. Go ahead and click the link. It'll take you right to the NCAA website. You can check out the pattern. You can also check out all of the lane maintenance and all of the lane graphs on the NCAA side by going to ncaa.org. Click on playing rules, find the women's bowling playing rules and lane maintenance. Jackson State trying to take over. Sanchez, bang! Well, that's a big shot, and her best shot of the match. A 9 spare sandwich in between 2 doubles, and the Lady Tigers finally have that look in their eye that they came in here with. But Grambling State has given them a fight. Match not over yet. Anything can happen. You see it all the time in the Baker format. That was you missed that one on camera, but Jackson State squad told Paolo, hey, just relax. She was about to go, but they could tell she wasn't ready. So she wanted to get herself together. A long, nice, deep breath. Nestle Triggs there, 3-6-7-10. See if Estrada can throw another good shot. That one is tugged. Y'all get the case of the tug sometimes. Jackson State, they have withstood the effort and the fight. Grambling State, folks, won the first game. Neither team has shot 200 in this match. Every team has won all of the games on lane 8. And it looks like that will hold true. That'll be something we will keep an eye on throughout the rest of the day. The difference between lane 8 and lane 7. The way the practice schedule's set up in the NCAA, you get opportunities to practice overall about 30 minutes or so, but broken down into segments. You don't practice on your starting pair until the very last 8 to 10 minutes. Yes, sir, Michael, we appreciate it. Again, 40 feet, 24.65 mils. All right, mathematically, Jackson State has officially won this game. Best Grambling State could now do is shoot 160. We were scheduled to begin things at about 11 a.m. for our next round. But with both matches going the full distance, that will be delayed, I imagine, at minimum probably 15 minutes. They were scheduled to have the presentation of the all-tournament team and coach of the year. So if that is still remaining on the schedule where it is currently, that will delay things. Coupled with a 10-minute practice session, of course. So I would imagine about 15 minutes after the conclusion, give or take. All right, despite the open, Jackson State will move on. Boy, you talk about being in a fight. Talked to head coach Dr. Michael Boykins earlier before we got started. Said, Coach, looks like you guys might have a little longer road to get back to the title match. He laughed and he said he was up at 3 a.m. Well, he probably maybe didn't expect to be going 7 games right off the bat, but that builds character and builds champions. He talked about the will, the fight to win, and when you're faced with adversity, that's what tends to show up. So I want to say job well done for Grambling State. They are not eliminated, and they pushed the defending champions literally to the brink. They started off, they won the first game, and then each team essentially alternated from there. But lane 8 seemed to be the lane. I roll away for Laurencia Harmon's final. Big thanks to everyone watching, folks. Feel free to share this. If you know anybody who loves bowling or loves college bowling or know someone who's trying to watch and maybe don't know where, make sure you share that. 184 to 127. So Jackson State I beg your pardon, every game wasn't won on lane 8. Jackson State finally won 2 in a row, essentially, and had to win one on lane 7. If Grambling State had won it would have been a lane 8 sweep, as Grambling State would have been victorious in that regard. But nonetheless, congrats to Jackson State. They will move on. We will have the all-tournament team and coaches presentation. So if you are following along at home, if you have the bracket or have made your own, check the bracket earlier, and it's updated, but I'm sure they will update that, of course, as the day goes on. So that should be updated. If not, I'll double check that for you and see if someone is kind of taking care of that a little bit. Berto, I believe you are correct. I know that was mentioned in the chat earlier, and I was almost positive it was the other way around. I will confirm that, but you're right, based on the way that was set up. All right, let's turn it up a little bit. All tournament team selections here.
Your award as well as take a group photo. First up, from Alabama State, Haley Young. From Texas Southern University, Denisha Waller. From Grambling State University, Laurencia Harmon. From Jackson State University, Violet Kirk. And from Texas Southern University, Kamari Jackson.
Can we take a picture?
Coaches in the red shirt. Coach in the red shirt. Can we get pictures back here, please? Coach in the red shirt.
Everybody got a red shirt on.
At this
about.
Not often that we ever able
Yeah,
to do that.
because I got down there. I guess I missed y'all. Was back in August. I was there, and they put some a deal on over at Rob's house. Roy came over. Craig was there.
Yeah, everybody was there, but
Yep,
we weren't
yep,
there.
yep.
We were the only ones that weren't there. Oh, okay.
They're the same color, black and gold. And
Oh, yeah.
Bowlers, your 10-minute warm starting lane. competition.
At least if you're a bowler. Yeah, you got to go. I want to go. Wouldn't be anywhere to say
All right, folks, welcome back to the 2017 Southwestern Athletic Conference Championship. We have moved on now to lanes 9 and 10, where Texas Southern and Jackson State will do battle. Quickly want to update, or not update, but get some clarification. Alberto 85, I appreciate that insight into the chat room. Had that question earlier in regards to does the higher seeded team get choice of lane, and if there is a game 7? That answer is, as Alberto pointed out, an astounding yes. Their assigned lane, actually, or excuse me, as we begin things, they are assigned lanes. So you're the higher seeded, which is what you're used to seeing in other events. For example, a higher seed chooses lane to begin. In this case, the lanes are assigned. And lanes are assigned at the beginning, and then the higher seed, in this case it would be Texas Southern, would have the choice of lane in a game 7, which is what we saw on 7 and 8, which is why Jackson State, we talked about lane 8 being the magical lane. They chose lane 7, which caught me. And so they chose lane 7, of course, or lane 8, I beg your pardon, and went over to do their thing. And so now, over on 1 and 2, we have the first losers bracket match, and it is Southern and Grambling State. The loser there will be eliminated. On 5 and 6, the number 1 seed Alabama State taking on the 4th seed Prairie View A&M University. And on 9 and 10, Texas Southern, the number 2 seed, taking on Jackson State, the number 3 seed. Big thanks to everyone watching from where you are watching from. Keith Alabaster, welcome. Robert Scooter has been here throughout. Michael Freeze. 9 and 10. First time seeing full game action. We've had practice, of course, across the pairs early this morning, but 9 and 10 is essentially, from a game perspective, fresh. Just practice. Good news there. More lanes being used, more people now in the building as the top 2 seeds are now competing after their first round byes. In the lineup for Texas Southern. This is the 4th player, Summer Sauer, freshman from Kylene, Texas. Laura Uzel for Jackson State. No problem, Keith. We appreciate you tuning in and checking out SWAC Championship live on Bowl TV. To be honest, what I'm doing is the easy part. And these athletes are the ones competing. Well, the noise you hear off to our left is Alabama State. They are off to a roaring start on lane 5. Again, we will try to give you a little bonus coverage when we can. Depending on the length and how fast these players, both matches, are going. If you're interested in live scoring, if you're just joining us, there is a live scoring link in the info section of this event. You can also check out the brackets. I'm not sure if they've updated the bracket online, however, but you can kind of fill your own bracket. I've got the seeds listed there for you. And if you have any questions, of course, on who won or lost, you can find that on the Tournament Central page, or I can just tell you. Let me know, drop me a line in the comments section. If you aren't following the SWAC, I encourage you to do so. Follow them at the SWAC on Twitter and find them on Facebook. If you have not subscribed to the Bowl TV YouTube channel, I encourage you to do that as well. Go ahead and hit that red button, subscribe, and be alerted to watch all the great content that we try to provide. Try to add some different things for you as we move forward from the Bowl TV perspective, not just live streaming, but some other things. So I'm always curious what people may want to see and hear. So if you have a question or something like that, let me know. Follow us on Twitter at USBC. Like and follow on Facebook, The Sport of Bowling USBC. Several pages, of course, from a social media standpoint in regards to USBC, because we always have a lot happening. Open Championships ongoing. Make sure you follow that page. You get the best from the Open Championships. Matt Canizaro and Aaron Smith doing great work as always from that event. The Women's Championships will be starting next month. Professional bowling, where many of these young ladies may end up. We hope that they do. Just follow and like the Professional Women's Bowling Association page, PWA Tour, on Facebook and on Twitter, also on Instagram. Hold on 1 second, folks. You probably didn't see that on camera. One of the Texas Southern players, one of their thumbs, and what I mean by that is they're interchangeable thumbs. believe in the midst of celebration, it kind of, I think they were holding it or it was on their thumb, and it ricocheted and came back to the broadcast to the booth back here. Finally, if you just want to chat, conversate, I'm all about chatting about bowling and sports in general. You can follow me at EWJR on Twitter. And if you'd like to watch more college bowling from the NCAA level, the conference championships this weekend, pretty cool tweet from the National 10-Pin Coaches Association that we retweeted. And it lists all of the events on the conferences and the respective platforms that you can watch them on. So for example, the Southland is being taken care of by my man Mike Flanagan and the Inside Bowling crew. Shout out to Mike and IB. We, of course, here in the ITRC and taking care of the SWAC Championship for you. NEC, taken care of by the NEC Sports. The MIAA and I believe the ECC are being streamed on the Q. So lots of conference college bowling going on this weekend. Shout out to those watching from Australia. Appreciate you tuning in. Hey, if you can't sleep, I imagine, I don't know the exact time difference there as Laura Uzel with the split. I know it's a considerable amount of hours. Time difference from where we are. This is Central Time, of course, here in the Metroplex, Arlington, Texas to be exact, the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex area. Just about 25 minutes shy of noontime in the afternoon, 11:35 Central AM. All right, Texas Southern. Really good chance now to take game one. They're already leading the match, or leading this game. And Uzel will take the count. Uzel was in the anchor position for about the last 3 to 4 games, if I'm not mistaken, in their previous match versus Grambling State. They got off to a slow start. I think the good news for Jackson State, as this is Janisha Wall, shot SWAC Bowler of the Year, first team All-SWAC and All-Tournament team member as well. She finished second yesterday in the individual standings by 20 pins to Haley Young of Alabama State. Brianna Reed with a strike. Well, Texas Southern will take game one. About the MEAC championships also. I'm not sure if it's being streamed, but the MEAC is also ongoing this weekend. So what a weekend for college bowling. Nice double there for Tanisha Waller. Tanisha from Markham, Illinois, which is a south suburb of Chicago. He has strike spares and scholarships. What a shot by Brianna Reed. Now, if you were with us earlier, I talked about Brianna Reed and how, in my opinion, it looks like she had kind of the most revolutions, and I would use the term hand. She can go left to right and watch her ball recover when it hits the friction. And you saw a great example of that. If you give her, if she has a few boards of area, and of course, we all can say that, right? If we get a big boards of area, we could be really good. But what I mean by that is, yeah, if she can get comfortable in her comfort zone, I think she can strike with the best of them. As she can throw, obviously that's a little bit outside, but you can see the type of talent that Brianna possesses. Texas Southern 196, Jackson State 170. Important to note where they started. Texas Southern started on lane 10. So we'll have that down packed this time around. Some different rules across the various collegiate realms in the NCAA and USBC collegiate, for example. Things tend to vary per event. So first rule of broadcasting, of course, if you can. Sometimes things spring up on you and things you've never heard of, but so you won't be surprised. Try to know all of the rules if you can. Sometimes it's just too many to keep up in certain situations. It always gets just interestingly quiet. Looks like some of the screens across the ITRC here, just going through a quick update. Looks like everybody on, looks like 9 and 10 is okay. They're taking care of things down on 1 and 2 and 5 and 6. Texas Southern starts off with a strike for Texas Southern. 4 left there for Brittany Torres, sophomore from Houston, Texas. Sierra Smith, the junior from Baton Rouge. Open in the first frame. Laura Uzel now moves to the 2-hole there. So Jackson State's going to need a spark from somewhere. They went 7 games for Grambling State this morning. Got out to a slow start. Ultimately won the final 2 games to win the match. My only advantage, if they have one, considering this pair is essentially fresh, is that they're probably a little more looser. Now, of course, we can get technical and say, hey, everyone's body is different. Someone could be looser than someone else, but from the exercise or the warm-up practice standpoint, they pulled a full 7 games, so they're in full-on competition mode. Texas Southern with that bye. They did practice, of course. They had a separate warm-up session with the #1 seed Alabama State. Of course, those 2 teams had the byes, and then you get into the practice prior to competition. So Jackson State is kind of aware of what the lanes are doing. Essentially, they've got some things they can take from their match at 7 and 8. The question is, see if one lane will play considerably favorable than the other. I didn't think 7 and 8 was too different, but it just, lane 8 certainly proved to be the winner. As 3 out of the 4 victories, and really, overall, 6 out of the 7 were on lane 8. Other matches, Alabama State, and shot spare there for Samantha Kreiner. Chops 10 off the 6. Alabama State 209 to 203 in game 1. Texas Southern, of course, 196 to 170. Oh, my bad. I didn't change the scoreboard or the scores here on the screen. My apologies. That's because I've been standing. Peeps. Get that for you. All right, there you see on your screen, Texas Southern 1-0 so far for Jackson State. This is a winner's bracket match. Texas Southern, the number 2 seed. Man, someone's getting a little ahead of themselves, huh? That's what happens when you type too fast. That's a good example. Texas Southern is the number 2 seed. Now it will properly reflect that on your screen. So we've got the right amount of wins and the proper seeding for Texas Southern. All right. Now we're cooking. Michael, are you referring to the Open Championships or what you'll be going to in a couple weeks? Prairie View is having their way here in game number 2. Alabama State off to a tough start, 3 opens in their first 5 frames. Prairie View is into the 9th frame. They've got 178 in the 7th, working on a strike in the 8th. Be sure to check out the live scoring link to follow along. The loser bracket match, Southern 1 game 2-0 over Grambling State. Texas Southern, Kimari Jackson leads things off for Texas Southern. Of course, she bowls frames 1 and 6 if you are unfamiliar with the Baker format. Turn that crowd noise a little bit, turn that down a little bit, huh? As the kids say, though, it's lit in here. Big shot for Laura Uzel. They saw a strike from Brittany Torres. Now I believe this is Summer Selleck. Apologize if I mispronounced her last name. So that's not her. That is Joanne Savage. Beg your pardon. Joanne wearing number 5. NCAA. You see the numbers. Sometimes they're on the back of jerseys or shirts. Sometimes they are on the sleeves. Texas Southern's numbers are on their sleeves today in this particular uniform, on their left sleeve. That is how, for broadcasters alike, you can easily identify. That always helps. Joanna, freshman from Arlington Heights, Illinois. Another Chicagoland area representative. How about that? 2 on this squad, including Denisha Waller. And Powell Estrada for Jackson State in the 8th frame, looking for a double. Not want to go down 2-0. Good shot. I think if anything, Estrada has benefited from bowling a match early. She struggled a little bit yesterday. She struggled this morning. A lot of it was just kind of a case of the tugs, but also her ball wasn't really doing what she would like it, what she'd like it to do down lane. So now she's getting a little bit more back-end reaction, and she's in a better part of the lane. So Coach Boykins doing a good job of getting Paola lined up a little bit. Here is Marcela Sanchez. That's got a hook, and they'll get some carry. Big 3-bagger for Jackson State. All right, Denisha Waller now steps up in the 10th. could have the potential of a tie. It'll be Denisha Waller up first, the bowler of the year in the SWAC on lane 9. That's got a push and some help through the face. She covers her eyes in disbelief, but it's an X on the scoreboard and they'll take it. Brianna Reed now. Trips a 4. And this is just game 2, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, sir, Michael. It's college bowling is unlike any other. I know there are a lot of sports out there, of course, and everything most of the time is better live. If it was better live all the time, then I'd be out of a job. But you have to experience college bowling for yourself at some point live. It is absolutely amazing, and this is just 6 teams. Imagine a concourse full of 20, 30 teams, all with parents, spectators, everyone with step ladders and different devices to view and watch, and the amount of noise escalates. Waller again, gotta hurry, and she leaves a 2-pin. Okay. I think 9 would be good here. That's gotta hurry though. Oh my goodness. That got on the horse. Wow. Folks, I've talked about Brianna Reed and her physical talent. And she's able to do some things that other people aren't in certain situations. And that's a prime example of that ball looked like it had no chance. 9 there would have been a possibility of a tie. I was looking at something else. So how about Jackson State? It's okay. Deep breath there. 200 even. For Jackson State, and they take game 2. 200 to 193. Pretty good match. All right, while we have a quick moment, let's just get a brief look over at Prairie View and Alabama State. Of course, not the greatest angle, obviously, but there's a momentary break in the action here on 9 and 10. That is Haley Young. She won the individual portion with a 10.55 total pinfall, 10.55 for 5 yesterday, average of 211. This is Lindsay Paredes for Prairie View A&M. Lindsay was a first-team All-SWAC performer. Coming up on lane 5. Looks like this is Tiara Wilkins. Tiara also from Chicago. How about that? She gets some love on the 10th pin. That was freshman of the year, Caitlin Dickerson for Prairie View A&M. Congratulations to Glenn White, as you see him pop into your screen there, the purple shirt. Coach White was named Coach of the Year right after our first round of match play, where the all-tournament team and Coach of the Year were given out. Right after Dickerson's strike here, we'll go back to Dickerson's frame, I should say. Try to clean the spare up. Hey, almost gave it a chance there on the 2-8-10. One more shot for Alabama State. I'll make the change in our scoreboard momentarily. And that's Gabrielle. Again, if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2017 SWAC Conference Championship. My name is Emil Williams Jr. here for Bowl TV, live from the International Training and Research Center, the International Bowling Campus. This is double elimination match play. We are in round 2, second match in the winner's bracket. The first match of the day for Texas Southern as they earned a bye for the number 2 seed after qualifying yesterday. Good shot there from Amanda Morgan. All right, back to business on lanes 9 and 10. Shout out to Mike Flanagan. What's up, Mike? Mike beat me to it today. Inside Bowling popped in a little bit yesterday in our chat room, and I'm going to do the same. Shout out to the Southland Conference. Mentioned how awesome a weekend it is for conference championships being streamed, and really not even the streaming aspect of it. The fact that they're going on is the most important part. Jackson State had a big 5-bagger to end things on lane 10 in the previous game to tie this matchup at 1 game apiece. Although, I mean, Garland is back. Indeed, Garland. That was a fantastic game. Was what you call well bowled. Chris Harlan, good luck at the Open Championships, June 23rd and 24th. All right, all the way back to Denisha Waller in the anchor position. Pretty good shot. Texas Southern and Houston, Texas, led by head coach Sabrina Rose. Coach Rose, of course, fun fact for those of you who may not know, former touring player on the Professional Women's Bowling Association. In fact, she won Rookie of the Year in 2002. Or 2003, if I'm not mistaken. But I did see her at several events last season. Hope to see her again. I'm going to ask her about that before the weekend is over. Now she can not only transfer her knowledge that she continues to do for Texas Southern as Sanchez opens in the 4th. And she can now provide that knowledge and have her young ladies aspire to become professionals potentially at some point on the PWA Tour. Through the nose there was Deanna Reed. 1 game apiece. You're on 9 and 10, 1 game apiece between Alabama State and Prairie View in the winner's bracket. And 2-0, Southern leading Grambling State in the first loser's bracket matchup. Hardway. Southern. Back on it here. Brianna Kirk, big shot. Much needed in the leadoff position. Leadoff so important and vital in Baker. That ball got down lane and hit a hook spot. And that might be that same hook spot that Brianna Reed was able to bounce off of in the 10th frame, where she threw some really good shots, and one that I thought that looked like it didn't have a chance, but it got on the horse quickly and made the move to the pocket. So something to watch out for, folks, on lane 10. Trying to take care of the 2-10. Texas Southern essentially 2 frames ahead, really 3. Alicia Waller waiting patiently. We'll see how much she may need, or what the situation may call for or bring. Meanwhile, Jackson State, best they can do. Believe 2:15 still. 186 the max for Texas Southern. And that one is outside from Paola Estrada. So now 2:02. Anisha Waller essentially trying to get all she can. What she can and see if it will be enough potentially. Lisa Waller got a very good physical here. This is the line, very good post shots. I remember seeing her a little bit last year. And now she is the bowler of the year. Whoa. And now, Marcela Sanchez. A needed strike to still give Jackson State an opportunity to win this game. Good shot, and she wraps a 10. Now she makes the spare. Best they can shoot is 180. If Denisha Waller strikes here, Texas Southern will take game 3. Texas Southern winner. As long as she stays behind the line. They called it a little too early. And now it's officially over. She still would have needed 1 pin. Speaking of Denisha Waller, or excuse me, 4 pins. Let's see if Brianna Reed can Continue to get lined up here. Very good shot. Take some notes, some mental notes when she returns back to lane 9. Thanks for those helping others in the chat room, answering questions. That is best of 7. The final score for Texas Southern. They now lead 2 games to 1. For Jackson State. After every game so far, Texas Southern, and for that matter, Jackson State is kind of taking the time to just kind of gather themselves and allow the lanes to reset. And try to remain loose. Both teams have done that in kind of small, quick huddles. Here is Kamari Jackson. She's on the all-tournament team. Kamari goes high, the junior from Cleveland, Ohio. Cleveland will also be a hot spot for bowling this summer as the Junior Gold Championships, presented by the Brands of Ebonite International, will take place in Cleveland, Ohio. Also, the USA Bowling National Championships will be in Cleveland as well. We'll have a ton of live streaming coverage at both events, where we essentially come together at Junior Gold from a broadcast perspective. In the past, of course, we've had Craig Elliott, the Bowl Stream TV, Mike Flanagan, Inside Bowling, of course, Bowl TV, all to bring you the varying streams at the varying centers. At Junior Gold, we'll have the same thing yet again. So, a good example of partners in our great sport working together to provide the best possible quality coverage that we can at our events. Big early double for Texas Southern. Joanne Savage. Now Samantha Kreiner will step up in the 4th frame. Zell takes care of the spare. Help through the nose. 3 in a row early for Texas Southern. And Estrada did a strike? No, and she leaves a 8-10. That does happen from time to time. Prairie View A&M leading 2-1 for Alabama State. Alabama State has shot back-to-back 158 games. Southern leads Grambling 3-0. Waller has got the light mixer working. Based on her ball reaction and the way the pins are carrying her, she's got a few boards where the entry angle could be a tad bit better, but the carry is working like that. She's in a very good spot. Texas Southern trying to continue this momentum here. Spare and a 4-backer. Here is Kimari, and she gets it to go. Kimari Jackson rolls the old 4-5-7. Texas Southern now with 5 in a row. Crossover Brooklyn for a much-needed double for Jackson State. And Brittany Torres continue the momentum here, the sophomore from Houston, Texas. It's online, and it is high. She leaves a 4-7. Maybe a touch slow there. Good shot, though, and a makeable spare. Kirkish through the nose. And she has to deal with a 3-10. Baker games can change in a heartbeat. Texas Southern trying not to give anything back or away. Open frame in the 6th. All right, spare converted. Last time Texas Southern was in the SWAC title match was 2015. They lost to Prairie View A&M. Best they can do is shoot 232, speaking of Texas Southern. And that will be more than enough because it's already enough. But Waller continues. Anisha Waller, high school listed there for her bio page. Very curious. Thought she may have went to Morgan Park High School in Chicago. I could be wrong. Jackson State is in a bit of a pickle. That is correct. Texas Southern looks like they are not going to give away pins or lose any games anytime soon. They have also now won a match or won a game on something other than lane 10. So now they're on win a game on lane 9. 222. This set for Texas Southern, 196, 193, 185, 222. So pretty solid there. They got off to a good start this game. Spare 5-bagger. Jackson State still trying to find some things. They've really just been unable to fill frames at key moments. Nice shot again from Brianna Reed. Again, best of 7. If you are interested in the lane pattern, it's a 40-foot pattern with 24.65 milliliters. That is the total volume. The name of the pattern is called the NCAA 3 transfer brush. Playing Alabama State, looks like they just went down 3 games to 1. Jessica Sawmiller needed to spare strike in the 10th. Left the 247 and chopped it. And so Prairie View A&M, as they do so often at this event, starting to make their run. 179 for Jackson State. The Tigers are the defending SWAC Conference Tournament champions, but now they find themselves down 3 games to 1. All right, here we go, game 5. Question in the chat room in regards to who's ranked first from Chris. Chris, what do you mean specifically when you say that? Are you speaking of seeding within this event or the NCAA as a whole? It is 3-1, and looks like 2 of our matches. I'm not sure what took place on 1 and 2. There is no bowling going on, so it looks like Southern may have defeated Grambling State, and if that is the case, Grambling State would be eliminated from the tournament. So the top seed is in danger of falling to the loser's bracket. That would be Alabama State. Right now, the number 2 seed is looking to move on and send Jackson State to the loser's bracket, elimination bracket. All right, a change in the lineup. Michelle Walker, also from Chicago, is now in the lineup for the Lady Tigers. All right, 10-pin there for Texas Southern in the second. Again, their lineup goes Kimari Jackson, Brittany Torres, Joanne Savage, Samantha Kreiner, and Denisha Waller. Also on the squad here is Jessica Thoma and Summer Salick. At this point for Jackson State, it's pretty simple. They've been in this position before. They were trailing and faced elimination in their previous match versus Grambling State. They trailed 3-2 and won the final 2 games. Did Jackson State. The CIAA Championship, how about that? Okay. Every time I do an NCAA event, I learn more and more about just how many conferences exist. Obviously, it has grown so much. College bowling as a whole has grown exponentially within the last. This is 2017. I mean, you could say even within the last 5 years, and specifically on the USBC collegiate side, we've seen record numbers now for, I believe, 3 consecutive seasons. And certainly on the NCAA side, more and more programs are beginning and have started. And with conferences like the ones we talked about earlier that are not only being streamed, but champions will be decided to add to the CIAA. So the SWAC, the MEAC, the Southland, the CIAA, along with the MIAA, NEC, and the ECC. Now, of course, if you love acronyms, you certainly enjoyed the last sentence I just said. But that gives you exactly what we're talking about here. Thanks for that, Strike Spares and Scholarships. S cubed. If you haven't used that yet, I'll go ahead and give you permission to use that. Yes, indeed, Feeding Frenzy. No doubt about it. Single pins are vital, as are all spares, but single pins just they just kind of eat at you. It's like it's one of those type of things. All right, they'll take it. Jackson State. Again, when you break it down in its simplest terms, they have to fill frames and allow the strikes to come to them. You cannot control what Texas Southern will do. If If Texas Southern happens to give Jackson State an opening, the Lady Tigers need to be prepared to pounce. No pun intended. Brianna Reed wanted to take a moment and figure out, I think, how she wanted to shoot this. Consulted with her teammates and Coach Boykins. That's got a hook. You just got to get lucky, and it's a little right of the head pin. She might not have the same look on both lanes, but it's touchy. You go left to right. If you get it right too early, you'll probably miss the head pin right. If you tug it, maybe pull it a little bit, a couple boards inside of target, then you're looking at what's on the left side of the head pin. And so Brianna Reed, it just might be an instance where she just needs to straighten her angles to the front part of the lane. I'm certainly not the most technical person, but sometimes when you kind of break it down and realize what you're looking at, sometimes you need to look at the lane from front to back. What's happening from the foul line, essentially through the head to the break point, and not necessarily how many boards you may cover or have from left to right, if that makes sense. Big double sandwiches in that open frame in the 7th for Texas Southern. Right now, their max score is 212. I believe 223 is still the max for Jackson State. But it all starts right here, back half, 7th frame. And Michelle Walker, she needs some help, she gets it. The trip 4. And Paola Estrada come through here in the 8th frame. Estrada had some pretty good shots on lane 10 a few games ago. I don't remember exactly which game, but she seemed to have figured it out and lined up for the most part. And now she needs a shot here on lane 9. They've seen some shots. She has missed the head pin. She has gone Brooklyn a couple times. The ball is just not really reacting down lane. Let's see if she makes a slight adjustment or move here, perhaps to the right. Talked about straightening angles. Meanwhile, a lot of excitement there on 5 and 6. Alabama State trying to stave off elimination. It's going to be a good shot. And that's exactly what Estrada did. She moved right, squared up a little bit, angles a little straighter through the fronts. And now a fighting chance here for Jackson State. They can shoot, again, 223 is their max score. Denisha Waller for Texas Southern, SWAC Bowler of the Year, stepping up in the 10th frame on lane 10. Ooh, 310. If she makes this and strikes, Texas Southern will shoot 190. Looks like a 4-9 for Alabama State in the 9th frame. This is Marcela Sanchez of Jackson State from El Salvador. That's online. Good shot. That's a big shot there. Jackson State showing some fight down the stretch and some grit. And Rebecca Resco drops home the 4-9, folks, off camera. What a shot. Hard way on the 310. Wow. And so 190 still the max score. On Brianna Reed. Jackson State controlling their own destiny. A strike would be clutch, but high pin count would be even better. That's got to push. It does, and it's 10 back. Oh, what a shot. You see what Brianna Reed can do. Sometimes it's just as simple as hitting what you're looking at. But if you get it wide kind of from that spot, she can end up in a no man's land. All right, Denisha Waller. Nothing to hang your head about there. Even if she had struck out, of course, it obviously would have put a little bit more pressure on Jackson State. But again, as I said, folks, Jackson State simply just had to simplify the game. Fill frames, worry about what you can control. Texas Southern, you have no control over what they'll do. If they give you an opportunity, you got to be able to pounce on it, and that's what they did. Bowling is such a tough sport sometimes, but in many cases, if you simplify it as best you can, it allows you mentally to think about things different. So it looks like we are going or extending matches on both of our winners bracket matchups here. Jackson State staying alive. I like that field shot there from, she may have been lining up to shoot that spare, Brianna Reed, but I thought that was good to see her move to the right a little bit, see what her ball would do if she were to straighten her angle out a little bit as well. So 210 to 190, Jackson State with the Game 5 victory. Folks, tell somebody what's going on, what you're watching. People may say, "Oh no, it's the SWAC." No, that's the wrong attitude. We should say this is college bowling. Now, you may not have a rooting interest, and that's understandable. Your team may be a part of a different conference. But if you enjoy bowling and want to check it out, I think you've seen everything you can need to see, for example, to know that there's some good bowling going on here. All right, 3 games to 2. Texas Southern still with the lead. Can Jackson State climb the mountain? Said that back rally all started with Michelle. Michelle Walker, the sophomore from Chicago. She got it started with a trip 4 strike on the 7th. See if she can continue that momentum. 4 for Paola Estrada. Meanwhile, 3 spares for Texas Southern. Their trail on the count, however, at the moment. Texas Southern is clean. Again, their pin counts are hurting them right now. Losing the pin count battle. Jackson State is going to live in and dine on every shot now. For Jackson State, they've just got to relax again. One shot at a time. Can't get too high, too low, even keel. For Texas Southern, sometimes you just need to see a shot from your anchor player, the best bowler in the conference. And if 10 goes down, sometimes that's just a confidence booster for the entire team. This could be it. A good shot. And for Denisha Waller, you got to pay attention on that shot. That was a very good shot. Well, you saw it get to the end of the pattern and made an immediate move left. And so in the 10th frame, she made one of 2-1-ish, 3-2-ish, those type of moves potentially. Certainly, if you guys have any, you're watching, of course, as well as me. If you some opinions on lane play, we talk a little bit about that as well. It's a good shot, but what Texas Southern has done is Jackson State's doing the same thing. Keeping it clean, making spares. Got to fill frames. All right, Brianna Reed. Popped up on that one. Got to get some help, and she gets some help in a major way. Well, Niraj, this is a 40-foot NCAA 3 transfer brush pattern. 40 feet, 24.65 milliliters. You can check out the pattern for yourself. There is a link to it in the information section of this event. And it says lane pattern. Click that link, it'll take you right to it. A strike in the 6th meanwhile for Texas Southern. And now on a Kirk, this is the head pin there. So a chance for a double. First opportunity to do that. Torres, that one's got a push. Check in over on Prairie View and Alabama State. So Lady Hornets trying to keep bowling here and stave off elimination. Open frame in the 6th for Jackson State. Can Michelle Walker be the catalyst once again here in the 7th frame? They did it in game 5. Alabama State now looks like they lead by 2 at the moment. Tierra Wilkins trying to make the spare here. That's a big spare for Texas Southern. That was choppable. It was very close. What's Michelle Walker have in store for us? And she missed the head pin right there. Got her. Just relax there for Texas Southern. Excuse me, Jackson State, I beg your pardon. Nice shot. Wow. That was a big shot there. Alabama State doing work down there. Strike in the 8th. Big spare, gotta have it. Back-to-back open frames, and that could spell disaster for Jackson State. Well, maybe not. Still life here. A 1, 2, 8, 10 washout. It is makeable. Raddick, I'm sorry that you feel that way, but this is college bowling if you're unfamiliar with how that works. And we'd love to have you out, sir. You have a good day. Got a tight one down on 5 and 6. A 2-pin lead. Sawmiller's got to have it, and she carries the 6. Texas Southern can shoot 188 as they await the 10th frame open. Estrada, boy, she needs some help. Misses the head pin left. Let's get a quick look over at Alabama State and Prairie View A&M. 138 in the 7th for Alabama State. They are on a 3-bagger after that first shot in the 10th. Prairie View A&M 136 in the 7th on the same 3-bagger. And Denisha Waller just left the 210 folks off camera. 2-pin match here, and that one is left for Prairie View A&M. Jessica Sawmiller can extend Alabama State here. High count would be good considering the 6. This is Sawmiller trying to keep Alabama State alive. Bang! What a shot from Sawmiller. How about that? And Alabama State continues. We are going, I believe, to game 7 over there. Now back over to 9 and 10. Estrada, big spare. Again, Denisha Waller left a 2-10 split. Jackson State is pacing at 173. So we'll certainly go for it here. Got a chance, needs to bounce. 167. Again, Jackson State pacing. Well, they thought it was over. Many in the building, I'm sure, the Tigers. They had opens in the 6th and 7th. Texas Southern returned the favor in the 9th and the 10th. And now Marcela Sanchez will take her time. Oh, Prairie View A&M and Alabama State going to 7 games. Just like that, Jackson State potentially giving it back. Again, when you get this late in the game, pin count really starts to play a big role. At 6 puts them on the other side, the underside of 130. And now they're pacing essentially in the 160s, which they need every pin possible. And this is barring or including if Sanchez can make the spare. 1, 2, 4, 10. That's got to hook a lot, maybe hard way. And now the situation is really simple, folks. Brianna Reed, every bowler who has ever bowled in their life always thinks about being able to step up in the 10th frame and throw 3 strikes to win a game. That is exactly what we have here. Very quiet, of course. Game 7 ongoing, or just starting, I beg your pardon. Brianna Reed to stave off elimination. Or not elimination, beg your pardon. To go into the losers bracket. That's what will happen. She does not get all 3 in the 10th. The first one got a hook a lot. It does. Important to watch the emotions here. If I'm Brianna in this situation, I would take all the time I need. There is no hurry, there is no rush, there is no shot clock situation right now, at least that I'm aware of. I shouldn't say that. Not that I'm aware of. The winner moves on to face the winner of the Alabama State Prairie View matchup. The loser will fall into the elimination bracket. Again, not eliminated from the tournament. It is double elimination. Second shot for Brianna Reed. That one's got a push. Oh, good shot, and she leaves the 4-9. Just a tad bit inside, and Texas Southern will advance in the winner's bracket. Wow. In a game that no one really wanted to take. Jackson State had opens in the 6th and the 7th frames. Texas Southern then gave the favor right back in the 9th and 10th. And then in the 9th and open had forced Brianna Reed to throw 3 strikes in the 10th to win. She threw the first one. The second one was pretty solid as well, just a bit inside, and she leaves the 4-9. Your final score, 167 to 157. And Texas Southern will advance. What a match. 6 really, really tough games. All right, so we'll take a peek inside. Tony Owens, we talked about it. It's the open frames in Baker are magnified to the 200% level. And that's another reason why in Baker, the game is never over literally until the last ball is thrown. It could change in a heartbeat. All right, you're watching now game 7. Bonus coverage here. It's the best angle we can give from where we are. All right, folks, your score here. We'll give you the old radio call. This is Rebecca Resco for Alabama State. Again, this is game 7. Alabama State opened in the first frame. And now 3 consecutive spares. Prairie View A&M is going 9 spare, open 7 spare, and now the ever popular 9-10 split. And she made it. How about that from Brittany Kinney? So it's a 2-pin lead for Alabama State. I believe they were down at 1.3 games to 1. Sawmiller with some help. Strike in the 5th frame. Sawmiller tripped to 4 or tripped to 6. Sawmiller tripped to 6, pin in, the first shot in the 10th frame last game. And then on the 6th count, Haley Young crosses over. A big double. Morgan, I believe that was in the anchor position. For Prairie View A&M, this is Tierra Wilkins. Southpaw, 3 in a row for Alabama State. The #1 seed in the tournament. Earned the first round bye. Trying to stave off elimination. They got themselves a 3-bagger. Burton. 4-pin to deal with. Wow. They continue. That is Allison Sledge, the freshman from Memphis. Puts another one on the board. 5 in a row for Alabama State. Starting with Sawmiller, they got the break in the 5th frame. They've turned the lineup over and around, and all strikes on the board. And you talk about coming back. We almost saw the same thing. No doubt Jackson State, if Brianna Reed was able to bring 3 strikes there, that game 7 would have been phenomenal. All right, the spare from Lindsay Paredes. But it's all about the Lady Hornets right now. Jessica Sawmiller. Don't even hear the ball move. Smooth release. It's through the face. She leaves it 4-7-10. My math is right. 119.40, 209 is the best Prairie View A&M can do. And now, mathematically, it is officially over. Not sure if everyone is aware of the score. Prairie View makes the spare. They can only shoot 197. Alabama State already at 207 currently. All right, it's gotten a little quiet. Of course, the momentum has certainly shifted. How about you just make it? Why not? I know Mrs. Sawmiller loved that one. She's probably not watching our feed. She's watching the Alabama State one, but I know she'll be on at some point. Folks, we're on 11 and 12. We are not currently set up directly behind, but we'll turn our camera to that, of course, that direction. Probably won't be able to give you a good scoreboard view as well, but we will try as hard as possible to do what we can in that regard for you. Texas Southern and Alabama State will go at it, with the winner moving on to the championship match. That'll be again on 11 and 12. So the way it's looking, Prairie View A&M, of course, will take on Jackson State. The loser will be eliminated. Let's take a look at the schedule. That one is scheduled to begin at about 1 p.m. Obviously a little behind that, so Alabama State will move on. Congratulations to them. What a comeback. All right, we'll take some time and get some things situated here. We'll be back with you. More bowling. SWAC Championship. Don't go anywhere, folks. Business has certainly picked up. Back in a moment, folks, on Bowl TV. All right, folks, I just want to give you a quick update on what we have here. So, Miss Sawmiller did see the conversion. That's pretty cool. Hello to Miss Sawmiller. So what we have here, we will have 7 and 8 elimination match between Prairie View A&M and Jackson State. But because 11 and 12 is essentially far away from us, we can get pretty cool video. What we can't get is a very good scoreboard. So as long as the chat room is okay with the scoreboards, which, you know, I'm a perfectionist type of person, but there's just nothing else I can do. I can't get closer than that at the moment. So if you guys are cool with that, I'm cool with it. And we'll have our winners bracket match. Of course, the winner will move on to the championship match tomorrow to be taped on ESPN. Okay, so that's our situation, folks. We've got 7 and 8, we get elimination. Potentially the defending champions could be eliminated in this round. And the 1 and 2 seeds will go at it for the right to be the first team in the championship, and whoever that team happens to be will have to lose twice tomorrow, and so they will have that in their back pocket. Michael Freeze said, all good, we cool. You know what, Mike? I'm with that. I'm going to go with that too. I figured as long as I could give you video, we could be okay. I'm going to make one last adjustment, and we'll be off and running here momentarily. All right, folks, just got an update that is not in regards to cameras and scoreboards. There are some bracket or procedural issues that the coaches and the tournament staff are working out. So stay tuned. We may or may not have some different things ongoing in certain pairs. So what you are currently watching now, what we've got set up, may or may not be what you see. I will keep you updated when I find out the news on that. We'll make the necessary adjustments. Hopefully, nothing should be too far out of reach either way, I believe. But, of course, we'll make do with what we have, because this has certainly turned into, it was already an exciting event and tournament. And the matches from the start, I mean, out the gates, if you just joined us, the first rounds were phenomenal. Jackson State, the defending champions, just to give you a little recap, went 7 games with the number 6 seed Grambling State. Grambling won the first game, got off to a very good start, but Jackson State won the last 2 and got to choose lane 8, which seemed to be the magic lane in that Game 7 matchup. Prairie View and Southern. Prairie View, I believe that one went the distance as well. It went 7 games also, with Prairie View sneaking out a win over Southern. Then you just saw, of course, Texas Southern and Jackson State on a very good match on lanes 9 and 10. Came down to Game 6 in the 10th frame. Brianna Reed, needed all 3 strikes in the 10th to win by 1. 9, of course, would have been a tie. She got the first and left a 4-9 on the second shot in the 10th frame. Texas Southern advanced, and then we're able to give you that extra bonus coverage of Alabama State and Prairie View. Wow, what a match that ended up being. and Alabama State moved on in Game 7 as well. So it'll be Alabama State, of course, and Texas Southern, your number 1 versus number 2 seed in the winner's bracket match, at least at the moment. Again, coaches and tournament staff are working through some procedural things. And again, at the moment, Prairie View A&M and Jackson State will do battle in an elimination match here in right now, currently on 7 and 8. So that's where we stand. When I get the news on what's happening, I will relay that and make whatever changes I may need to. In the meantime, I am going to, because the rare opportunity to actually eat a lunch is upon me currently, I'm going to eat something very briefly, and then when I get some news, I'll be right back on with you. I'll put a little something here on the screen just so everyone is aware on what we're looking at or what we're waiting on. So we appreciate that. And we'll be back in a moment, folks. Of course, you are watching the 2017 SWAC Bowling Championship. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Pleased to be here with you on Bowl TV.
there was an issue with how the
All right, folks, just an update to tell you that excuse me, sorry about that. An update to tell you that I don't have an update as of yet. It sounds like they may be closer, trying to work some things out and get everything all sorted and situated. Apologize for the wait. Certainly not in my control or in my hands at all. So I am kind of waiting just as you are. So I appreciate you hanging tight. Again, I'll make sure I kind of keep some sound on so you won't think that we are just completely done. But that is where we're at. Nothing definitive at this moment. Things are being worked out from a procedural perspective, and once I know more, I'll be able to tell you. Only thing I can hope for at this point is the momentum in all of the matches were very good up until this point, and so you only hope that the break won't hinder that too much. But that's where we are. Again, procedural issues. If anyone has any questions, I see everyone talking about different things and cool things about the sport, oil, and good stuff. So, yeah, I encourage you to keep chatting amongst yourselves. Thanks for tuning in. If you are just joining us, we had some fantastic matches. Excuse me, I apologize for that. I encourage you to check those out while we have the break here. You can simply just go back on the timeline on the YouTube event and watch the first couple of rounds. They were really, really good from start. Prairie View and Southern went 7 games. Jackson State and Grambling State went 7 games. Prairie View advanced. Jackson State advanced over Grambling State. Then Alabama State and Prairie View went 7 games. Alabama State, in fact, was down 3 games to 1 and came back to win that match. Jackson State and Southern went 6, but that 6th game, Jackson State's anchor Brianna Reed needed 3 strikes in the 10th. She got the first and then went 4-9, and Jackson State fell to the elimination bracket. Texas Southern again moved on to face Alabama State, or will move on to face them We were set for that, and then we had some procedural things that someone may have noticed, and that drew the attention of the staff and the crew. Well, excuse me, and the coaches. I beg your pardon. Prairie View, Jackson State right now, and Southern are the 3 teams in the elimination bracket. And so once that is sorted, we will begin competition. So keep it locked. Deanna Scott, procedural issues. Procedural issues is what I've been told, but I think that that sounds about right. So I think someone may have forgotten about that a little bit. I think they're figuring some things out now. And so keep it locked here. I'll pop on, keep the sound on so you'll know we're still live here. But again, if you just joined us, go ahead and check out some of the previous matches, and we'll be back in a moment, folks. Tony, the only team at the moment that has been officially eliminated from the tournament is Grambling State. They lost 2 matches, of course, and that means they are 0-2. Southern currently is 0-1. They lost to Prairie View in round 1. Jackson State is 1-1. They remain again in the elimination bracket. Prairie View A&M also 1-1. So as Deanna Scott pretty much said, the only teams outside of Alabama State and Texas Southern who earned the first round byes, they have only bowled 1 match, and they each won their respective matches. And so Southern has yet to bowl their second match, and I believe that is where we stand. And so, yet again, the only team eliminated to this point was Grambling State, and we await everyone to figure things out here so we can begin competition. Don't want to lose that momentum. As I mentioned, things are going very well here, so hopefully we can rekindle that. I'll do my best to get you fired up here on Bowl TV. I'll go check on things, and I'll come back, and hopefully we'll be starting soon. And this is Emil Williams Jr., live from the 2017 SWAC Conference Championship at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas, on Bowl TV.
See, for us, it's the difference in cultures. Lack of understanding. different languages, you know, and so and then her not understanding because like when I hit I became a senior in high school. I turned 18 in the middle of the school year, and she didn't understand why I didn't go there. I'm like, hey, I don't like going there. You know, this whole thing, stuff for the day. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
my thing.
It's like not my thing, you know. It's like, plus I got enough relatives in Gino already anyway, so. So she, that's what I said, misunderstanding, and as things went on, you know, my street language didn't quite correlate with her understanding, so.
I mean, right now it's not.
Well, that's right, yeah. And we did that too. We always did. Yeah. That's like I said, on and off, 8 years, back together, off, on, back, yeah. 2 boys. Yeah.
Love.
Yeah. Now, actually, after a while, after the first part of it, it just becomes whether or not you can, what is it, cordially agree to disagree, and you know, on certain things. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yes. Cordially. Yes. That's the key. There's no. After a while, that just kind of like, okay. Yeah. I don't know if never gonna get us through this one, but yeah, okay, but we'll agree to disagree on this one. Okay. So it's like I said, it's a give and take after that. What your mom would say. After a certain point, it's a give and take. Oh, it's a lot of work. That's what some people. You know, people that stay together for 15 years. Oh yeah, they can put in some work. Hey, my mom and dad have been together for 45 years. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of work. Yeah, but we've already been together like for Alvin, we've been together half our life. Yeah. I mean, this will be 34 years. He's only 48. Yeah.
Got a long time to go.
That's right. Yeah. So, yeah. Boys are getting through it now. She's like, you know, she's starting to hit that grandmommy phase. I ain't ready for that. Well, my youngest, my youngest said he was young.
Oh, really?
But he probably would give him a baby. It's like
Oh, yeah, you're right. My bad. Forgot. Don't go to Baylor. Don't go to Baylor. You can't.
Need your law degree.
I don't want people like, oh, you're going to Baylor.
Well, no. It's still a great school. He's got it just won't be there.
It's like, we just keep bringing it up.
This is like this the other day. They try to bring back Penn State. Come on, it's years ago. It's done. The program is back on its feet, and that was one reason they brought it back up. Penn State. Okay, let's not do this whole SMU thing like you guys killed the SMU football program, and it hasn't recovered since. Here we are, freaking 50 years, almost 50 years, 25 years later, and the freaking school football program hasn't recovered. So no, let's not kill programs just because it's one person's idiocracy.
We're going to be here until like 6.
Oh, that's what I said.
We don't even get to eat. We don't get to eat.
Yeah, like, I thought it was silver, but it looks like Olympian. No, they changed the wrapper. Blimpy. We have blimpies. Well, our blimpies are gone. We used to have blimpies in our area down before here, and the blimpies lost their contract.
I think there's one in Texas State. It's either at Texas State or I ate there.
That's going on.
I got a 30 racking Kevin's fridge.
Ride or die, baby. We're going to go down together.
You're real.
They screwed up. Southern and Grambling State shouldn't have been bowling last round. They shouldn't have waited that long. But now they're trying to see if they're going to make y'all bowl and make Southern wait. But I'm not sure why they brought Southern back to lunch. You guys should already be bowling. This is not a non-issue. Prairie View and Grambling State need to be bowling right now, and they got to face the winner at Southern. Loser goes home. Ride or die.
Either way, we're most likely going to face each other, so it doesn't really matter the order. So one person just gets to go home early.
Yes.
It matters. What you mean us?
Yes. Might as well bowl. You remember last year?
It was an inter.
Whose fault was that? Remember?
At SWAC.
Yep, almost got thrown out. Well, see, a true cat would turn around and say, "Coach, I gotta take somebody else in. I'm not going."
But it's not what I want to do. Right, but it's what you need.
You gotta get 10 of them. You have to write yes or no. She lied about how many washed out she
Are you?
not my captain.
All right. You just wait on graduation? Okay. I can't make it, but my son's graduating too. Yes.
My boyfriend graduated last year. He's still at grad school and
So you make the draft?
he tore his shoulder. He tore something.
Your shoulder.
He's done. He's yes. His freshman year, because he went to Galveston College and Kingsville Junior College. He went to both of those. And he set up his
I
freshman
don't know. Your dad was at I don't really. Don't rush, man. You get in the real world, it ain't all that fun. I know. It ain't fun. Then you gotta pay bills. Gotta find a way to feed yourself. Yep, there you go. Right. The biggest thing I tell my kids is I got
my freshman year.
get invest in. I don't care what you invest in something. So I got them. Perfect. When he's been working for 5 years, so he has already has a stock IRA and everything this year. But we also have individual stocks. So every month I just see $50 for each one of them. Well, yeah. And it's like, my youngest son now he's taking over his own account. Honestly, he does a lot of crazy stuff. And one thing he did buy, and I'm trying to hold on to it, and it's crazy story. He bought like 2 years ago when everybody was doing the whole big marijuana thing.
Oh gosh.
No, he bought it. He's like, that's cool. Because marijuana will come around. So, and I told him, just hang on to it. I don't know if he hung on to it or not. He bought some king stocks and marijuana stocks for
That's cool.
yeah.
They're taking off?
Yeah, they're taking off.
Oh, that's awesome.
I said, eventually they're going to legalize marijuana. You know, he's like, but Dad, I said, man, if it takes off too much, there is too much rich fertile ground in the state of Texas. I will have me a huge farm.
We have a friend who invested in but he's also a money manager for rich.
Oh, y'all need to get to know him.
Oh yeah, we went to his wedding and everything.
Oh, yeah.
He's a really
Yeah,
cool
you
person.
hand him a few pennies every now and then. Oh, yeah.
People think he's weird, but like,
Those are the best.
yeah. Yeah, he's super awesome. He played, I only know him because I heard that he played baseball too at Prairie View.
How I got started was with it's like, well, when we were younger, I joined the military, and she would say, well, our parents were totally different. Her parents didn't like me, and all that stuff. But just so I could talk to her, I would send her money home.
Yes. Talk to you. Talk to
And
you.
it was like, then after we got married, I'm like, all that money I was sending you, what you doing with it? And then she got mad at me. She throws the stock certificate at me. I was like, paper. She's like, there's your money.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you are still with us, I really appreciate it. I know these great athletes, coaches, and the staff really appreciate it. It has nothing to do with me, but everything about the athletes. I can tell you that I believe the meeting and whatnot is almost over. But I know I was away for a while, so I may have missed some questions. But again, things seem to be almost over as far as the conversation piece of what is taking place. But just wanted to give you a quick update. Also, try to make it a little fun while we wait. If anyone has any cool questions, we certainly can talk bowling. Looks like just going back through the chat room, Robin SP asking about the number of lanes. There is 14 lanes here on this side of the building, and then you can see the wall on the shot that you're looking at, and on the other side there is actually 6 more lanes, and that is part of the research center, the research portion, of course, of the International Training and Research Center. So you see a lot of cool things there, a lot of testing goes on, etc. Here at the training center. Earl, our robot, Earl the Throwbot, if you're unfamiliar with him. Earl is housed there and stationed. Different surfaces over there as well for testing purposes also. Of course, this is a small event in that regard. And so think about the Prairie View A&M Invitational, which is hosted here as well. That is 12 teams. And so pretty good venue for that as well. I think it's from a location, geographical perspective, it's probably pretty decent for most teams to get here to the Metroplex. Yeah, Tony, well, first of all, Tony, appreciate you. And which you let me know that sounds like the bracket online is still not updated. So that's an issue of itself there. But if you're scoring at home, I'll be happy to update you on the bracket. Tomorrow, the championship match will be on ESPNU. It will not be live, however. It will be taped for broadcast and scheduled to air August 2nd and 3rd from, at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Definitely, April 2nd, not August, I beg your pardon. We'd love to have the championship tomorrow live on Bowl TV. I believe that's Mrs. Sawmiller. But these young athletes certainly deserve the opportunity to be on national television. Sometimes you only get to witness that or experience it once in your life. And so everyone should have that opportunity to do that. So big thanks to ESPN. Robert, I wish I had the answer for you on that one, sir. I don't even know how long we've been in the delay mode. It's kind of like a rain delay at this point, if you're familiar with baseball. It was kind of unexpected. You know, the rain just kind of all of a sudden just started pouring down, which would be the analogy here. We were all set. You know, we got to the bottom of the 4th. You know, in baseball, you need, I think, 5 complete, or you need to get to the 5th inning. So if you do need to call a game, it would be official. I think that's kind of where we are at this point. I know we're inching closer. Coaches are talking, and I believe ultimately what's going to take place is Southern will be bowling this round. And as Deanna certainly put, that they weren't scheduled to bowl this round originally in accordance to the bracket, and and this is just me talking. This is not official or anything, but they weren't on the bracket to bowl this event, or not just Southern, but the way the bracket was set up, the winner of that particular match, for example, that first losers match, probably should have continued to bowl. Obviously not any fault of the players or athletes or anything like that. So we'll probably have one match more than likely this round, and it will be an elimination match. Then I imagine the following round after that would then be 2 matches. We'd probably have our 1 versus 2, Alabama State and Texas Southern, and then the second match. And then we've got some clapping from the athletes. I think they're clapping just because they see coaches. I think that's what they're looking for at this point. Anyone have any of the cool bowling questions? I'm certainly not a famous person, so when someone says, "Hey, I'll be on Facebook for 20 minutes," I want to ask some questions. I'm not that famous, but be happy to talk about bowling or any bowling-related topics, any other sports, for that matter, while we get this thing all situated and sorted out. Tony, all I can say is, Tony, I feel you. I feel you, sir. Yes. But hey, I don't, out of respect for everyone involved, I want to make sure we stay positive in the moment. But as the higher seed, which is kind of what it boils down to, Jackson State would have a bye this round.
All right.
We're getting closer, folks. See some of the Prairie View. Coach White, Glenn White, talking to his team. Glenn White, the Coach of the Year, was named and awarded that earlier today. Congratulations to him. Don't do it, Tony. Don't do it, man. I'm not sure how long your drive is. I imagine maybe Mississippi, but that could be wrong. Either way, I think we believe it's been taken care of at this point. If you do, though, Tony, I got a seat for you, man, right here. Come on out. Got a seat for you. Stop on into the broadcast booth. Happy to have you for a little bit. I thank you, Tony, and Diana. It's probably Diana, and let me know if that's incorrect, Diana. You two, yes, I would say you are correct. Anybody else got any bowling-related questions? Of course, be sure to follow the SWAC on Twitter, Facebook, for all of the Tournament Central news, notes, and photographs. They took some photos, several yesterday. I saw them in the galleries on their website. More photos taken today as well. See players moving equipment. Of course, we will have to include the practice situation as well. So don't forget that. So I'm not sure how many minutes. I'm sure we will find that out shortly.
Bowlers, your 25-minute warm-up period begins now.
All right, so we have liftoff. 25-minute warm-up session. Oh, excuse me, 20 minutes, they say. Nonetheless, the warm-up session is about to begin here. In fact, it's underway. There's the ball down the lane. All right, so we will have one match in this round, as I thought. And it will be Southern and Prairie View A&M. So, of course, as you all astutely pointed out in the chat room, Jackson State will have a bye this round. They will face the winner of this match. And then, of course, we'll also have the 1 versus 2, Alabama State, Texas Southern, all in the next round. So the good news is, if there's always good news. It will be on 7 and 8. We'll have that one for you, as we would have before. And it looks like the lane rotation will remain the same as well, which is also great. So we already got kind of 11 and 12 set up. Not the best scoreboard, but we talked about that prior to. Now I hope that the same people I talked to as we were getting ready for this next round, which I don't know how many minutes ago that was, are still with us. Looks like most of you are, so we appreciate it, but really on behalf of the athletes, we appreciate it. Tony, man. I got to find a way now to get to more SWAC events so I can meet Tony. Tony Owens. Tony, my name is Emil Williams. Pleasure to meet you, sir. Diana, pleasure to meet you as well. Anyone else? Robin. Robin SP. Robert. Who else we got here? Fearless Soldier. Sawmiller. Michael Freeze. Hopefully he's still around. DJ. All right, so about 8 minutes or so left in this first portion of the practice session. And then after that, they'll have their remaining 10 to 12 minutes on their starting pair. Half split, of course, on the Jason lane, the other on their starting lane. Michael, appreciate you. Thank you, sir. Still here. Tony, no, sir. No, the pleasure's all mine. No, you know what? You're right, because you're already right. So I know the pleasure is yours. I just learned. Just learned it.
You can sit outside. Okay.
All right. Again, on 7 and 8, we'll have Prairie View A&M and Southern University. This will be an elimination match. Both teams 0-1. Southern lost to Prairie View in round 1. Prairie View, of course, defeating Southern and then losing to Alabama State. So that is where we stand. So a rematch of our round 1 matchup, the 4 and the 5 seed. Former Jackson State player, Diana. Well, yeah, we probably have met informally at some point. Although I wouldn't have been here at that point.
No.
But you never know. Bowling is, you know, it's a very cool circle, if you will, right? So you generally always see someone, and you more than likely will see that person again at some point in a bowling center. That's one of the cooler things about our sport. And folks, I'm going to try to get you guys hyped up here. I think the players will do a good job of taking care of that themselves. But when we have a little bit of break like we did before, the energy can dip a little bit. But this is an elimination match, and so obviously goes without saying that the loser will be eliminated from the tournament. There's something on the line. There's always something on the line at this event. We'll see how this thing plays out, though, when you start thinking about some of the storylines involved. You know, before this, Jackson State was about to bowl Prairie View A&M after they came off a very tough loss to Texas Southern. Now they essentially, obviously, get a round off, get to relax a little bit, regroup, take their mind off of what took place in their previous match. Almost, if you will, start over in a sense. The road will not be easy for the defending champions. Of course, that's always the storyline. The defending champion takes a loss. They almost lost to Grambling State in round 1 if you're just joining us. That went 7 games. Michael, what do you mean? Are they going to bowl on 2 lanes each? Talking about this particular match? Or the next round as far as the amount of matches that are going simultaneously? Wait for Mike. Talk about some other storylines I think that are kind of coming of age here. Same thing kind of with Prairie View, right? Prairie View won 2 out of the last 3 conference championships. They were going to bowl no matter what, but they also went through a tough loss to Alabama State, where essentially it very well could be Prairie View who could be not bowling this round and waiting to bowl Texas Southern for the right to kind of be first to the title match. So Prairie View obviously, of course, still, you know, something to play for, as does everyone else. How about Southern? Southern went 7 games with Prairie View A&M in round number 1. What could that have done for the confidence for Southern at this point? Now they get a chance to dance again with Prairie View A&M. Maybe they can change the circumstances this time around. Well, some of our storylines that that seem to be upcoming. We already know kind of the storyline of the 1-2 seed, right? Alabama State, tough match, down 3-1. They come back and win, and now they've got a chance to bowl for a championship berth, or I should say a berth into the championship match tomorrow. Same thing for Texas Southern. No, Mike, so they get to practice, or excuse me, the first half of their practice session is away from the starting pair. And so they practice elsewhere, and then they get 2.5 minutes learning the NCAA rules, essentially, from because kind of the structure and with practice, transition, etc. They get a couple minutes to then move their equipment. They switch lanes. And then the first half of their remaining minutes of practice are on the adjacent lane that they will start on. It took me a little while to make sure I understood it. Perhaps Diana could shed a little bit of light on that. Diana, was it the same when you were bowling, kind of just the way the practice regimen or schedule kind of worked? And did it vary from event to event? Let's get some good interaction from a former player. lot of good fan interaction here at the ITRC. Our early matches, of course, didn't feature every single team and event. But once that second round began, we had the top 2 seeds in competition. We had 3 matches going at the same time. It got serious. Good question, Michael. Not completely sure from a scholarship structure perspective. I'm sure there are probably some who are on fulls and some who may have partials, etc. I think a lot of it depends on the individual institution, what they have available, if you will. I think it's like any other sport where you're allotted a certain amount of scholarships.
Bowlers, you may now begin practice with the non-starting lanes.
Another good question for, that would be another good question, I should say, for Diane. Obviously, we don't want to get into personals, but we you know, no doubt that there are scholarships available. Whether or not they are full or partial, I think you get both in every situation, more than likely. Tony, not this round. That will take place next round. That's essentially that match to go to the title, or the title match, I should say. The match to earn a title spot. So we'll have one match only this round, and then we will have 2 matches next round. One of them will be Alabama State versus Texas Southern. The other will be the winner of this match, Prairie View and Southern versus Jackson State. Come on, Tony, don't be retracting messages now, man. The man said he had been right all day. Now you want to retract messages. I mentioned yesterday from a practice session perspective, thank you, Diana, for that answer. You know, when you get 20, 25 minutes to practice, the first thing you think of is, wow, that's a lot of time, right, to practice, which it is. But it's a little different when it's not spent on one pair, right? Because that eliminates, not completely, but eliminates team or teams who may want to set a pair up. And if you're unfamiliar with that phrase I just used, meaning if a team wanted to break down a pair of lanes to play to their particular set of strengths, whatever that is, they would have more than enough time to do that in a 30-minute window. Now, not to say that you cannot do that in 10 minutes, because you can certainly try. But it's way different when we're talking about 30 minutes on a pair as opposed to 10. And so that, again, kind of eliminates that. And then you also get a chance to, you know, you probably will get to a particular pair maybe later on in a block, or you never really know, depending on the schedule of a particular tournament. But maybe you take some mental notes or some physical notes, for that matter, on a particular pair while you're practicing. Lane 9 look to be a little bit more in the front, or hey, the heads were hooking on lane 10 more than 9, etc. Always something to kind of consider in bowling and practice. As they say, practice with purpose. All right, got about 6 minutes. That's good information from Carmen King. Bowling as an equivalency sport. It's 5 scholarships to distribute how they see fit. I imagine what that could mean potentially is if they wanted to, for institution, wanted to take their 5 scholarships and spread them out equally, they could probably do that as well. And as of course Carmen said, how they see fit. Thanks for that answer, Carmen. And Michael, hope that answers your question, or at least part of it. All right, we'll get a chance to see Southern on our featured pair today. They were on 5 and 6, or 3 and 4, I beg your pardon, earlier this morning.
Bowlers, you may now begin practicing your starting lanes.
Surely hope I didn't lose my nice program that I had. There it is. I think the scholarship portion can work a little differently from the USBC collegiate standpoint, because then it is really based on the institution completely. Sometimes they're not called scholarships. They could be called financial aid packages, etc., which could be true also in the NCAA realm from a financial aid perspective, but really about what the institution, the team can afford, etc. And so I think there's a little bit of crossover from, hey, we have a certain amount of funds, and here is some of the ways we can help our team get better. Even better information, or more information, I should say, not better, because Carmen's answer was certainly great. I should say a little bit more insight into that as well. From Ms. Sawmiller, thank you. I tell you what, that room and board, man. Ooh. As a former college student myself, a room and board is something, especially at the grad school level. Yeah, that's one thing, obviously, Michael, that you know, from a college perspective, it's not one of the big 3 per se. Can we get it there? Maybe. Who knows? You got to be optimistic, right? But I'd probably say that we've come a long way. And then specifically from the NCAA perspective as well. It's weird. It's not new, but it's still probably not old enough to be considered old either. 2004, first national championship at the NCAA level. About a minute 40 left to play in practice here, folks, and we will have some competition for you. the great thing about collegiate sports, obviously, is the ability, first of all, the opportunity is to get an education, right? Because you need an education, generally, not all the time, but generally, to kind of get to where you want to go. Doesn't have to happen that way all the time, and it doesn't happen that way all the time. But, as I like to say, and very, when you're talking about competition, you want to put yourself in a position, right, to win or be successful. And certainly that having an education certainly would help that. Then the second thing is, you get to represent yourself, your family, your school, your team, coach in athletic competition. And you just never know where that could take you. You just never know. Somebody's going to bowl on ESPNU tomorrow. People just don't get that chance every day. I mean, people go their whole life saying, hey, I'd love to be on national TV. And 10, not 10, a little more than 10, obviously, to 12 to, oh boy. Oh boy. 12 to 16 or 15 to 20 ladies and coaches tomorrow will have that opportunity. Strike spares and scholarships. Yes, I will do that for you one second. Give me one moment, and I'll be happy to do that for you. All right, folks, again, elimination bracket if you are rejoining us. As Strike Spares and Scholarships is back. The holdup essentially involved, there was a discrepancy in the bracket where there was essentially a match missing on the bracket. And so this is essentially that match. The initial bracket read Jackson State and Prairie View A&M were going to bowl this round, and we were getting to that point, of course, as you all saw prior to the break. And I believe, of course, someone realized that Southern had lost their initial match and weren't scheduled to bowl the next round. Southern as the lower seed, and Jackson State, out of those three teams who had lost a match, keeping in mind that Grambling State had been eliminated, they lost their first two matches. In general situations with double elimination, when you have that type of bracket, the higher seed sometimes, generally, will get the round off whether they're in the elimination bracket or not. And then the two higher seeds would then compete, which is what we have here. So the 4 or 5 in the elimination, and then Jackson State, who's the number 3 seed, essentially has this round off, and then they will take on the winner of this matchup in the next round. If that makes sense. Let me know if it doesn't. I'd be happy to recap it again. And then, so the schedule will read, obviously this match here, same format, best of 7, nothing in that regard changes. Round, essentially what will be round 4, will feature the top 2 seeds, Alabama State and Texas Southern. They will be on 11 and 12 for the right to go to the SWAC Championship title match. And then we will have Jackson State and the winner of this match. And then after that round, of course, at that point, we will have one entry or one entrant into the title match tomorrow. And then The loser of the Texas Southern Alabama State match will then take on the winner of Jackson State and or Southern or Prairie View. So basically we'll have a 1-2-1. And I'm not talking about a basketball zone defense. We'll have one match this round, 2 matches the next, and then one. We'll have one final match to determine the last team into the championship. All right, Prairie View A&M, the winners of 2 of the last 3 SWAC Championship tournaments. They've got the Freshman of the Year. She is bowling right now. This is Caitlin Dickerson. Almost left to 7-10 there. Caitlin, a first-team All-SWAC performer, along with Lindsay Paredes, who was also on the squad. Well, they loaded up on the second team as well, did Prairie View A&M. Alexis Burchin, Brittany Kinney, and Amanda Morgan all on the second team for Prairie View A&M. I would love to do that. This is Saul Miller. If I could do it as far as talking to them here and now, if that was possible, I'd be happy to have some players on. Not sure of what the what some of the rules are in that regard. So I know, obviously, considering the break that we had, and some are in the building and some are not, and rightfully so. One can only imagine, and I can only go by my own experience from a schedule perspective. I know things are a little bit different, but not too much from an NCAA standpoint. But as a student athlete in general, there's always a heightened level of organization that you need generally, and that favorite one about time management. All right, Brittany Kinney with a strike in the 4th frame. Let's look at Southern. Southern University, of course, from Baton Rouge. Southern was a part of the very first, the inaugural NCAA Women's Bowling Championship tournament. Colleen Jeremy is here along with Brielle Dean, Cassandra Hughes. Colleen Jeremy, I believe, is the anchor player, the junior from Golden Meadow, Louisiana. First open frame for Prairie View. All right, Brielle Dean, freshman from Orlando, Florida, will lead things off the second half of this game for Southern. Again, to recap, if you are unfamiliar with the Baker format, 5 players in this situation, which means each player will bowl 2 frames. The leadoff bowler bowls the 1st and the 6th frame, 2nd and 7th, 3rd and 8th, 4th and 9th. Of course, the anchor player bowls the 5th and the 10th, respectively. Good shot from Brielle Dean. You can see how Southern certainly can kind of keep up a little bit with Prairie View A&M. They've got some good players. As a conference, love to see the SWAC at some point turn the team back to the NCAA Women's Championship. I'm sure, of course, everyone within the conference, obviously the teams, the players, of course, as well, would like to A, be that team, or at least B, be able to root on their fellow conference team when that situation happens. Congrats to DJ in the chat room there. Good luck. Continue to bowl well in competition. Ben, I won't say you're one of many from a two-handed perspective, but it's actually nice just from an overall perspective to see someone comment about two-handed bowling in a chat room and not say anything negative about it. All right, Dickerson, just the single pin here. So leave a 10 pin. Southern down 15. And crossing over, leaving a 5 pin. That's Cassandra Hughes, sophomore from Baton Rouge. I think the cooler part for me watching the SWAC so far this year, and last year really as well, but really this year after spending a season on the PWBA tour and watching really the best players in the world compete. Watching this, you know, you watch the future when you watch college bowling in today's landscape, and I'm talking about women's bowling in particular. Of course, the PBA has been around and did not leave. The PWBA is back. It's been back for 2 years. It's entering its 3rd season, which will start in late April. And some of these young ladies, I have no doubt, will give that a whirl at some point, hopefully in their lives. Good spare there for Prairie View A&M. And an open in the 8th, in fact, back-to-back opens in the 7th and 8th for Southern. It's a big shot there. Excuse me, in the 9th. And now Colleen Sheremy trying to double here. And a flat 10, oh, excuse me, beg your pardon, an 8-10. And some trouble for Prairie View. Amanda Morgan. But she should be okay. And she will, of course. This one is in the books to begin things. So Southern will shoot 138. 161 for Prairie View A&M. Low scores, but I think considering the time not bowling, give these teams a little chance to almost kind of get reacclimated, if you will. Switch lanes. Higher seed if it gets to a game 7. I learned that earlier today. Has choice of lane in a game 7 situation. Keep that in mind. Prairie View would be the higher seed if we get down to that. All right, game 2. All right, early trouble there, Greek Church. For Prairie View, that is the senior Alexis Borman. Alexis has been one of the key members for Prairie View A&M over the years. Thrown some good shots on TV as well. All right, so that 10 fell out of the Greek Church, and she almost made the remaining spare, which is tough to do. But I've seen the Greek Church made a few times. People tend to go kind of shoot the 4 just to the left of the 4, try to slide that over. Meanwhile, Southern, after the early open, now on a 3-bagger. And so perhaps that'll get everyone in the building a little fired up as well. Nice answer from Dickerson. There's some talented players in the SWAC. Could be SWAC, could be something or a conference that people tend to overlook across the landscape, the grand scheme of things. But there is talent. But sometimes, yeah, we have the opportunity to stream this event because, you know, it's in our building. And certainly not going to pass that up and provide that avenue for these players to be showcased. And of course, Prairie View, Coach Glenn White and his invitational event is here at the ITRC as well. Tough spare there, the 5-9, it was chopped. So the opens on the kind of the bookends there. First and fifth, sandwiched in between there is a 3-bagger. And now Amanda Morgan looking for 3 in a row from Prairie View A&M, and that crosses over. Important to note, folks, there's no re-oil. And so players have to adjust. Of course, keep in mind the practice that we just had as well. So the lanes have changed a little bit. But they change each time a ball is thrown, of course, so we all know that. But in actuality, this is just the second match on this pair. We've had matches on 3 and 4, 7 and 8 in round 1. And then the next matches were on 5 and 6, 9 and 10, and 1 and 2. If you're just joining us, this is again a best of 7. First team to win 4 games. Will be the victor. They will move on. Oh, that's a big break there for Southern. Sometimes you just got to smile at certain things like that. Hey, you know what? It wasn't my best effort, but someone thought that I could use a break. Hard way. All right, that was the sophomore Alexis Burton from Rowlett, Texas. Not too far here from where we are in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex area. For Southern, that's Samantha Sellers in the 4 position, or in the 4 hole, as generally say in the college bowling world. Junior from all the way from Tucson, Arizona. And Samantha Sellers. We've had some folks in our chat room representing Arizona the last, excuse me, not the today and yesterday. Brenda Berg from Arizona. All right, so for Prairie View, a good shot from Alexis Borman in the 7th. Southern now is in the 10th. Dickerson with an 8 count here, trying to take care of business in the spare. And wow, through the face. Very rarely do you see a 7-10 left through the nose. Very interesting, not an interesting leave, it was more of the interesting hit. So if you give the count here, you're looking at 198. Dickerson will try to spare. She does. And now Prairie View will have a chance to win this game. So no count there, 197. All right, late hit. So late carry. Brittany Kinney with an all-important strike there in the 9th. So they will set things up for the anchor player, Amanda Morgan. Amanda, no doubt, needs a double. And she will not get the first. Needed a double and 7. Or should be double and 5, I beg your pardon. So Southern University will get their first victory of this match. A very nice 197 game. See how Morgan elects to play here. Thought that was a pretty good shot. See if she will try something else. Maybe move around a little bit. Again, the hard to decipher kind of what the lanes are doing right now. But the first thing is you got to make sure you're throwing it well. If you throw a good shot. Decent right over 15 at the arrows. A little slow, left the 3-6-10. Not a bad shot. I think she can work off that. The 197 to 180. All right, 1 game apiece. Again, best of 7. I agree, Tony. I mentioned in our previous round, not only if you're talking about the approach, for example, but a lot of times adjustments tend to be made from a left to right perspective, as you just mentioned, and not front to back, seeing the lane kind of front to back. So sometimes it's, less about how many boards I may have. Of course, that's what you want at the break point. You would love to have that many or as many boards as possible at your break point to give you a little miss room. But sometimes it's straightening your angles or closing your angles from the front portion of the lane to the back. And thinking about, hey, the ball is kind of starting up 3 feet sooner in the front of the lane than I would like it to. How do I combat that? Maybe you loft it, as an example. Yeah, the lane play really starts to, it's always a factor, no doubt about that. And it's always something that you got to pay attention to because it's forever changing. And that's what makes Baker so important, because your communication has to be on point. You need someone at the start, the leadoff player, to give you really the first couple players to transfer information to the rest of the lineup. And so as each player goes, each player is kind of not making that same mistake, if you will. Very good shot there from Caitlin Dickerson. I watched her bowl a little bit yesterday, and I was wondering what ball she was throwing, and I didn't have a chance to check that out. And I have a closer view. Maybe I can get a little snippet of it. It just looked to be urethane. It could be. I'm not sure. But the way she was playing the lane, slow ball speed, and her ball's not making a lot of movement, led me to believe that she is using urethane. Meanwhile, Southern University getting back in it, feeling very confident. They've got a 4-bagger to start. A 4-piece. They're looking for a 5-piece spicy right here. That's got a chance. Wrap 10. That's a very tough spare. You don't really see it left too often from a right-hander. That was the 2-4-7-8, essentially the left-handed version of the 3-6-9-10. First to open for Prairie View A&M. All right, that's a solid first 5 frames. That's about as good as you can get without, of course, striking. In that 5th frame. And crossing over there was Morgan. And she leaves the 5-pin. Got to fill frames in Baker format. That's as simple as that. What's your goal in Baker? Fill frames. There's literally no other answer, in my opinion. Because if you fill frames, more than likely you'll have an opportunity to win, even if you're trailing early in the match. Little break there for Dean. Brielle Dean, the freshman from Orlando, Florida. He had a pretty good ball roll. Ball roll important from a carry and entry angle perspective sometimes as well. All right, here is Sarah LaDuff for Southern. And she will trip a 4. So Southern University make it 6 out of 7 here in game 3. Tied at 1 game apiece. Elimination match. The loser will be eliminated from the tournament. While Prairie View trying to figure some things out. Let's see if Cassandra can keep it going there. Cassandra crosses over. She will leave at 5'9". Southern had a pretty good, a really solid player also named Cassandra Shivers, former Southern University player. Now Cassandra Williams. Also another player back a few years back, I should say, Yolanda Simmons. Really good players early on, or not early on in Southern's history, I should say, but years ago, which is kind of still hard to believe. Kind of in between that 2004 to 7 and 8 range. Well, Southern not having any trouble here on lane 8. Prairie View, meanwhile, trying to find the pocket. That was really the first miss in a while for Alexis Borman. Trying to get Colleen Chermy going there. Down in the anchor position in the 10th frame. Folks, if you're just joining us, you are watching the 2017 SWAC Championship, the SWAC Conference Championship of Women's Bowling, NCAA member conference. Emil Williams Jr. here with you. Live from the International Training and Research Center, International Bowling Campus. All right, max score of 237. If Chermy can come with a strike here, and it will be back-to-back victories for Southern, or it will be, I should say. They will take a 2-1 lead. All right, Prairie View's gonna need a little spark here. They're going to have to dig deep and find something here, and perhaps it might be as simple as going over to lane 8. In many cases, one lane can be more favorable than others. Oh, no doubt about it, William. I don't think anyone's saying it's over by any means. But it could be from a confidence perspective. To be clear, though, Southern was never out of the brackets. They were never eliminated from the tournament. And if during my recap that was misconstrued, I'll do that again. Southern essentially just wasn't scheduled to bowl really until another round, so there was a round missing, if you will. Not a situation where they said, hey, Southern, you were not knocked out, but you're not, come back. No, that was not it at all. .236 to 177. One frame, one game at a time is certainly right, Tony. And it's the only way in Baker. All you can do is control what you can control. That's what we say in life. That's what we say in athletics. All you can control is what you can control. So in this situation, both teams it's the same. Worry about what you can do. And as long as you do what you can do, you can't worry about what the opponent is doing. But if they give you an opportunity, you'll be available and ready to kind of take control and take advantage of, because you have controlled what you can control. Congratulations to North Carolina A&T. Good shot there from Brielle Dean. North Carolina A&T, of course. Head coach now, Kim Kearney. Kim, longtime Team USA assistant coach, also longtime ITRC coach as well. So, in years past, Kim will be right here helping to facilitate this event. Of course, this past year, or actually say a few months ago, it was really more than that, but last fall, went on up to, or went on across the way, I should say, over east, if you will, to North Carolina A&T. Kim, of course, previous collegiate coaching experience at Delaware State. Yeah, William, that's a good question. Not sure who or what. What a great spare there. 3.69, oh, excuse me, 3.67.10 from Southern. I believe that was Sarah LeDuff. Certainly happy that the tournament it was ongoing and contested for sure. Not sure on the coverage part. I'm sure everyone's goal at some point would be to kind of get all of those events covered from NCAA perspective. And hey, you never know. Maybe that's something we can help out with at some point. I'm going to take a wild guess here, strike spares and scholarships, that someone in your program from that team is named Mia. All right, open frame, 2 consecutive splits. For Southern University, Jackson State coming back into the building, watching this matchup. Well, not an easy spare there. My apologies, a little late on changing the scoreboard there. Sometimes you always forget something when you're being by yourself. Fourth, fifth seeds going at it. This is their second time actually going at it today, as we saw the strike in the 4th frame from Samantha Sellers of Southern. This is a rematch from round number 1. Prairie View won the first matchup. Open frame in the third for Prairie View. Open frame there in the fifth for Southern. And so again, just like that, I mean, it's anybody's ball game. Two games to one right now. Southern on top of Prairie View A&M. The winner will move on to face Jackson State in another elimination matchup. Jackson State, if they are to defend their title, will have to defeat or win their next match, of course, then defeat the loser of the 1 versus 2 seed match. All right, Brielle Dean gets Southern back on it. Amanda Morgan crossing over there. Southern coming off games of 197 and 236. Those are the numbers in victories. They started out with a 138 game. They lost 161 to 138. Well, Prairie View won game number 1. Southern has won the last 2 games. Momentary pause, folks. Let's see here.
Fired up, PB, fired up. Fired up, PB, fired up.
Spare there. Quick updates. Although it's not applicable here, but just in regards to live scoring for the next round, because there will be 2 matches. And if you want to follow along, our current live scoring link causing a couple interference issues here. So that's been noted. And I'm going to change that link and give you a different. Sellers with a spare.
We're having a meeting.
Southern has been a few frames ahead almost every game of this match. That's fantastic. One of the spectators' parents telling the ladies, hey, come on, smile. You probably heard him. Wow. They'll take it. Wake up is correct. The only match in the building.
One more.
3-6-10 for Dickerson. Frame. The spare was made from Colleen Jeremy, and now that's a tough count there on the fill. She gets 6 and 157 for Southern. Right now, Prairie View A&M, if Caitlin Dickerson can make the spare, be looking at, I believe, 22-14 max, if my math is correct. Make the spare, but pacing at 180. Or excuse me, 160, I beg your pardon. Max score of 184. And pacing at 160. And so, barring any opens, just as I say that, barring any opens, it should be a game they can have a chance to win if they keep it clean. Situation simple here, folks. 2 strikes and 8. There's a winner for Prairie View A&M. 2 strikes and 7 is a tie. Anything less than that is a loss. No love on the Brooklyn side, and Amanda Morgan trying to figure things out. And Southern is now 1 game away. Again, 1 game away, as they were earlier, from a win defeating Prairie View A&M. Long way to go before that. But this is a big spare, and here's why I think that is. One, well, the only reason is Amanda Morgan really needs this extra shot. Every shot, last couple of shots she's thrown has either gone through the face or Brooklyn. And so you gotta take that opportunity to switch something up, whether it's a different ball, a different place on the lane. I think where she's just trying to play, the middle of the lane is kind of being chewed up, if you will. Kind of talked about it. That front to back, I think the first 20 feet, the heads are starting to go a little bit where she's particularly playing. Now, if you were to move right a little bit, there might be more opportunity and maybe a little bit more oil through the front part of the lane to keep the ball on line before it starts to make a move and gets to the end of the pattern. So the hold up, of course, she went down to grab a different ball. tried a different ball, and she got the ball right. I think that's the first thing she was trying to do. All right, 147. All right, Southern has won the last 3 games.
Mine away right here.
All right, here it is, folks. It's on the line for Prairie View A&M. They've got a long way to go to make some things happen, but it can be done. We've all seen it happen before in sports, in bowling, and in Baker. Well, literally, we might have just heard a pin drop. That's how you know it's quiet and everyone's watching this one match. Right, Alexis Burton gets things started. She leaves at 2-8. The sophomore, Brielle Dean, will get things started for Southern University. Good start for Prairie View A&M. Again, for Prairie View A&M, they just got to simplify. First time we'll see Lindsay Paredes, first team All-SWAC contributor, team member this year, in the lineup in this match. Lindsay at lefty for Prairie View A&M, and an open frame for Southern. For Prairie View, they've just got to simplify the game right now and focus on filling frames and making spares. All right, just like that, Lindsay called upon off the bench, coming in cold, and puts 10 down on the first shot. Just how you draw it up. Well, this is not a pleasant leave here. The 1-3-5, excuse me, the 1-3-6-8-10. Several ways to miss this thing. Alexis Burton, or Borman, I beg your pardon. Nice double. And 3 from LaDuff, so early opens for Southern University. And Prairie View already with a little momentum. Let's see if Caitlin Dickerson can keep it going. That is immediately inside. I think you guys can see kind of what's happening on your screen, where I think that one was clearly left from Caitlin. And because it was also slow, it was immediately going left. I think that is what these players are experiencing. Specifically Amanda Morgan, so I think her next shot we'll get a chance to see where she may move. That's got to get some help. Spare there, just to see a mark on the board for Southern. Let's see what Amanda Morgan is going to do here. Oh, that ball is certainly getting down the lane a little bit better than the previous. All right, good spare. So they close 4 out of 5 through the first half of this game for Prairie View, and they're off to a good start. Meanwhile, all kinds of trouble for Southern University here. They have opened 3 out of their 4 frames and have lost some count along the way. Quality shot there from Alexis Burton. That's the one issue that Alexis doesn't have to deal with in regards to ball speed. Pretty aggressive ball speed, is pretty strong in that manner, and so she's able to generally, not saying she won't encounter any issues from getting the ball down the lane, but in comparison to some of what her teammates are going through at the moment, that is one of the differences. Of course, Lindsay left-handed, in many cases off on an island sometimes, as lefties like to say. But no other lefties on this pair, so she essentially has the ability, if she has a good look, which at least on lane 7 it looks like she does. We'll see what happens when she moves over to lane 8, but right now it's all Prairie View A&M in this one. One game at a time for Prairie View. That one is outside, but hey, leave something makeable, and that's what you want here. Meanwhile for Southern, they've got a long way to go. This is Brielle Dean to start things over in the 6th frame. Spare there. Now Brielle Dean will try to spare also, and she opens. Or open frame in the 6th. Coach White talking to the SWAC Freshman of the Year, Sarah LaDuff with the strike for Southern. Talk about lane play. So Caitlin moved way in. She's been throwing it relatively slow, and it looked like it would have been a pretty good shot, of course, if it was the first one. of the officials will come over and score correction. Looks like the machine gave a gutter there. Not a foul. All right, the score has changed. That's a good shot. And Amanda celebrates. That was a good shot. Let's see if she can repeat that. Got the ball to where she wanted it. Southern just got to shake this game off and move on to the next one. Pretty good shot there from Amanda Morgan. She has certainly made some good adjustments. I tell you, if she's lined up, I don't need to tell you, of course, that that is a very, very good thing for Prairie View A&M. 3 games to 2. Southern 134, got to shake things off. You start to hear Prairie View get a little more loud, or a little louder. Amanda Morgan urging, fight, fight.
I'm doing well. How about you? I was walking over today and I was thinking 95%. They're 40 years younger than me. Because I mean I'm 62, so I would guess maybe there might be some 22-year-olds, but not many.
All right. Game 6. And Southern. Opening strike, it crosses over, but they'll take it. And that gets a few smiles for the Jaguars. Wow. That one gets a laugh out of everyone here from Alexis Burton. 3, 6, 7, 10 yet again on the same lane, actually, for Sarah LaDuff. She made it before. Let's see if she can make it once more and again. Again, game 6, best of 7. For Prairie View to win this, they will need to get to game 7. All right, so first shot for Lindsay Paredes on this right lane here, lane 8. And that one hooked a little bit. All right, open frame. Meanwhile, a strike in the third for Southern. Still anybody's ball game. Anyone's match, if you will. That's a good shot. Wow. I just got to make the spare. That was a very good shot. Meanwhile, Southern just calmly trying to do their thing. That was a great shot there from Samantha Sellers. Pin, that's got a hook. Can Southern capitalize? And flat 10 there for Colleen Sheremy. How about Caitlin Dickerson? That's going to cross over and leave a 6 pin. And for Prairie View A&M, important not to press in this situation. You can still remain calm and as relaxed as possible. Open frame in the 5th for Colleen Sherman. So teams now trading single pin misses. The good news for Prairie View is each time that happens on the Southern side, they have a chance or a better chance at staying alive. All right, 6 pin converted. How we doing, folks in the chat? Just checking in on you. Yeah, if anyone is confused on where we are, this is an elimination bracket match. Got that on the bottom of the screen there. The loser of this match is eliminated from the tournament. This is a double elimination event. Well, it's the only round going right now. Our next round will have 2 matches. That's got to push a little bit. Wow. I'll tell you, the right lane has not been kind to Amanda Morgan. And still an opportunity for Prairie View A&M. Wow. Southern still giving life to Prairie View A&M. It's going to take a lot for Prairie View at the moment, but we've seen them get hot. All you need is a double in this situation, and really you're right back in it. Good shot there from LaDuff. She can sense it. She knows the moment and what time it is. Coach White calling a kind of a mid-game huddle here. You see this before. You see it often actually in college bowling. Cassandra capitalized. It's online, but it's going right. All right, just a single pin. She leaves the 2-pin there. Alexis Burt now for Prairie View. Really their tournament life now on the line. Back half of their game. This is game 6 and a 2-4. North Carolina A&T will take on Maryland Eastern Shore. That's a very good matchup over in the MEAC tomorrow. All right, Cassandra misses the single pin there. 122 in the 8th for Southern. After all of this, the ball is still in the court of Southern. Essentially, just got to keep it clean. That one is left from Paredes. It gets back just a touch, but leaves something makeable. Southern is 2 frames ahead of Prairie View. All right, and that's a spare for Samantha Sellers, the junior from Tucson, Arizona. Everyone watching this match here in the building. Of course, Jackson State will take on the winner of this match. Alabama State waiting to take on Texas Southern. All right, 10th frame. Jeremy. This is Alexis Burton now for Prairie View A&M. Left an 8-pin before. Their first shot and a very good one. Now a 4-7. 1-2-4 for Jeremy. Really needs to make sure she cleans this up here. And if Burton spares, or Borman, I beg your pardon, Alexis Borman. I'll be looking at 179 max and pacing about 158. So that's a big spare for Southern and an even bigger spare here for Alexis Borman. It's a big spare. All right, 158 for Southern. We are done here. Kaylee Dickerson now to keep really Southern season alive. Wow. Gets the 4-5-7 to fall. Needed it from a count perspective. She needed nothing less than 9 really to potentially force a tie, and now at the very least, if Amanda Morgan goes spare strike here, they would win by 1. If she strikes on the first shot, Prairie View A&M will continue on, and we will go to a game 7. Couple of scenarios here. She's having trouble on lane 8 all day, and she leaves a 5-10. But it's not over. You got to go out and attack the spare. And Coach White talking with her, letting her know hey, it's not over until you throw the last ball. All right, and now they're going to bring in, make the call to the bullpen. Of course, in college, you can obviously come in and have players come in and shoot spares. Now, here's the thing. If she makes this spare, she's going to have to shoot. Not necessarily has to. They could certainly sub in another player if the rules are correct, if I'm not mistaken. But she would more than likely then shoot the fill shot. This is Lindsay Rodriguez. Oh, it's online. She's got a chance. She might make it. Wow. Wow, what a shot to come in off the bench cold and give it that type of effort. How about that? Wow, if she had made that. It was, to best describe it, folks, it was an emotional moment. I don't think Coach White wanted to sub there, but I think the emotion had just overcome Prairie View in that moment. I think Amanda Morgan really thought she had lost the tournament by that shot. And of course, obviously, if the spare is made, you still have the opportunity to win or at least tie. So, Tony, in that regard, I don't think it's, we don't want to get into that game. But he didn't really have a choice. Amanda had literally was overcome with emotion. And I think in that situation, someone has to shoot the spare. That's one of those, if I tried to describe it to you, and I'm trying to do that really in the best way possible, you would have had to literally been here to see it, to believe it. I've been in the broadcast chair where players can be talked about a little bit and stuff like that. I've heard it. And so, but if you just saw the emotion from Amanda Morgan, that's exactly the best way to describe it. You're talking about emotion. She just wasn't able to do it. She had literally, the emotion had just caught her at that moment and just broke down. She absolutely thought the first shot lost the match when, of course, I think at that moment she hadn't processed it all and understood that she still had a chance from the spare perspective. If she makes that and strikes, they continue on, or possibility of a tie, etc. So it's interesting to see. I've never seen anything like that, actually. But nonetheless, how about the congratulations to Southern University? Probably something that many teams did not expect them to do, and that is continue to move on in this tournament. So despite what we just saw from an unfortunate matters, really, from Prairie View, and they bowl well. Yeah, it probably was just off camera, Tony. And I probably, that would be anyone's first reaction, of course. I actually thought if Lindsay had been left-handed, for example, then maybe you could see it, if she was left-handed. Uh, but you always see something new, and that was certainly new for me. But again, congratulations to Southern. They move on now, and they will face Jackson State. So congratulations to the Jaguars for continue on and end this tournament. They've got a chance here. That's the kind of thing that gives you confidence, folks. They lost earlier to Prairie View A&M, and then, of course, come back, beat them, and what turned out to be a very, very, very interesting and dramatic finish. And so now we'll have a few minutes. There'll be practice, of course, as Alabama State and Texas Southern will get ready to do a little battle here. What we will try to do for you is give you a little bit of bonus on 5 and 6. If you were with me earlier, I talked about how 11 and 12, we don't have the best angle from where we are, especially our scoreboard camera. So it's going to be a little funky, to put it lightly, on how the scoreboard looks. So I know everyone was on board with it, and to be quite honest with you, there's nothing I can do to make it better in that regard at this point. So we do know, of course, the other matches, the final match of the day will be on 7 and 8. So we'll have everything no matter what. But again, congrats to Southern, and my heart goes out to Amanda Morgan and Prairie View A&M. What a very tough situation for Coach White, and kudos to, I believe that was Lindsay Rodriguez, who came in and almost made the 5-10. Wow. You can hear Southern. Their coach is on the phone. I'm not sure who she's talking to, but she's just telling someone that they're going to be spending the night tonight. So how about that, right? That's what it's all about, folks. Wow, what a tournament. And it's only going to get better. All right, so buckle up, saddle up. Jackson State and Southern on the way. But we'll have our number 1 and number 2 seed match for you for sure, and that is Alabama State and Texas Southern. Hang tight, folks. See, that's what I'm telling you, Strike Spares and Scholarships knows everything about the SWAC. Now I got to find out. Got to find out who you are, Strike Spares. I think I might have an idea now that I think about it. You said Southern. Had a few players or a couple from Chicago who went to Southern. I'll have to think about that. But Michael, I'm at EWJR. 4 letters for Emil Williams Jr. at EWJR. Absolutely be sure to follow me. Love to chat, bowling and sports and everything in between that I can talk about. But yeah, hey Mike, I'll tell you this: if you've got the YouTube app, you can keep us going live on YouTube from your mobile device. I don't want to get you in trouble wherever you're going, and certainly don't watch and drive. But that's another way that you can continue to check this on out here. All right, so let's get some things situated. And I'll take a momentary break, folks. We'll keep the sound, of course, going for you as the players get set to transition to practice. Our next 2 matches are on the way. Don't go anywhere, live on Bowl TV.
she's all alone.
Y'all get ready to bowl too? Yeah. Oh, so they're gonna have to.
Oh wow. Whew. I tell you, folks, that last match took a little bit out of me. I have. Wow. Brianna, if I should say that we don't, and I say we as in from the streaming perspective, don't have any cameras behind 11 and 12. And if they're attached to the wall, I think there's a camera somewhere near there, but they wouldn't be able to tap in regards to the live stream perspective. We'd have to. That's something actually we've talked about in the past, just for the ITRC, because there are events here. If we can get IP cameras and set that up somehow, so there technically could be a camera behind every pair, or the cameras that they already have could be used in that regard. So that is something that we've chatted about. Will we have it in the future? Could be, maybe, or maybe not. I think it would depend on how many events it actually hosts at the ITRC and whether it'd be good for us. It'd be cool, for sure. But we'll be able to set up, or at least rig it up where you'll be able to see 11 and 12. Now, what you see now, obviously, is practice, obviously, and then you see the left and the right of 11 and 12. We'll be able to nail it down a little bit better once both teams get on that pair. Try something real quick. How about that last match, folks? I would, Tony, from here. And I'm going to give you a little bit of that match as well. But the 1 versus 2 is on 11 and 12. And so someone will go on to the championship match tomorrow from this match. And so we certainly will respect that and be able to provide that match. I feel you, Brianna. I know at some point that was the key to your question. I know, because we get it all the time. It doesn't matter where we are. The question concerns basically, hey, can you get more cameras at some point? Like, well, sure, we'd love to do that. Maybe we could set up a fundraiser. But I will guarantee that you'll be able to at least watch Alabama State. That's the other thing. We try to accommodate everybody as best we can. We've got a bad angle to 11 and 12 from where we are, but not going to not show the 1-2 matchup because we have a bad angle. But I will set up something to, so we can see 5 and 6 also. Now, what I'm unsure of with the schedule and the previous break that we did have. Okay, there it is. There's the transition period. My answer was granted by one of the tournament officials. And then sometimes the other thing we deal with is when you go to make a change or try to give some extra coverage, sometimes it leaves you behind when you need to set up for the next match, and you only have so many minutes, if that makes sense. So I try to take all of that into account when we're streaming. If Alabama State wins this match, they will be on to the championship round tomorrow afternoon, Tony. I should say if the winner of this match, the winner of that match will move on to the championship round tomorrow. And then, of course, the loser would then face the winner of the Jackson State Southern match for the right or to the final spot into tomorrow's championship. Oh, how about that? Oh. Isn't that something? It's been a long time. Mr. Collins, how you doing, sir?
Bowlers, you may now begin
Looks like things are going well.
starting lane.
Legally? All right. So I thought.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. We got some things relatively situated, I think it's as best as we can at the moment. Apologize to any new viewer who may be checking into Bowl TV for the first time. We don't normally have various scoreboards and camera angles like we do here, but we got a different position this time around, and due to some of the bracket issues from earlier, cert pairs aren't going at the moment. So our 1 and 2 match, which was always going to be on 11 and 12, we will have to make our adjustments no matter what for 11 and 12. We had a match, of course, on 7 and 8 previously, and so not having a match, obviously, this next round on 7 and 8, nor can we have something next to either of those pairs because that's not what we've been doing the entire event, and we shouldn't do that. And so we give you the best that we can. I think I got a good solution for both events at the moment. We'll be able to flip back and forth. Of course, can't really split screen because of our angles. So we appreciate everybody. Of course, the winner of the match you are currently watching, number 1 Alabama State versus Texas Southern. The winner will move on to tomorrow's championship match. The loser will then move on or fall into the elimination bracket, and they will face the winner of what's going on lane 5 and 6, and that is Jackson State and Southern University. And that match will be on 7 and 8 in the next round. So we'll certainly have that one for you as well. All right, big thanks to everyone tuning in. I believe this is actually, and I've kind of lost count, this is round 5, technically. I saw some great individuals in the chat talking about that. Tony, I hope your questions were answered. Everyone who has been paying attention, Ms. Brianna, Ms. Saul Miller, they all are aware of what's been going on as far as the bowling is concerned. But now that we're here, we'll recap it for you. This tournament started yesterday, Friday afternoon, with 5 traditional team games. Total pinfall determined seeding for today's double elimination match play. The number 1 seed was Alabama State, 47-15 total pinfall. The number 2 seed was Texas Southern at 46-75. The 3 seed was Jackson State. The 4th seed was Prairie View A&M. The 5th seed was Southern, and the 6th seed was Grambling State. Moving forward to today, those top 2 seeds earn byes essentially into what really is the quarterfinals. Prairie View A&M took on Southern in our 4-5 match this morning, along with Jackson State and Grambling. Both of those games matches went 7 games. Prairie View won 4-3 over Southern. Jackson State won 4-3 over Grambling. Prairie View then moved on to face Alabama State, got out on top 3-1 to watch Alabama State come from behind and win that match and move on to where they are now for a spot in the championship match. Texas Southern then faced Jackson State, and they won that match, a very exciting and strong finish as well, in 6 games, 4-2. Along with those matches ongoing during that particular round, there was a elimination match, the very first one, and that featured Grambling and Southern. Of course, Southern then moved on by sweeping Grambling State. And then therein lied the issue. And we had a we had an issue in regards to the bracket, and the coaches and tournament crew and staff got it all sorted out. It took a little minute. So there was a break, of course, which obviously you guys are very privy to at this moment, or aware of at the very least. And so coming out of that, of course, I think it was essentially realized that Southern had bowled or wasn't scheduled to bowl a match at that particular time. And so it ended up being Southern and Prairie View, of course, which is the match we just watched prior to this round. So essentially, that was a round by itself, and now we have moved on to the next round with 2 matches. And then we will have one final match after this. And then our championship match for tomorrow will be set for ESPN. Hope you got all that. And so, as Rihanna mentioned and everyone else, yeah, technically both teams really received 1 bye, but because of the bracket situation, essentially just about every team almost got a bye. But in a double elimination format or bracket, there is generally at some point, even if you are in an elimination bracket, you lose, you bowl another, and then you win or something, there's generally a round off that you get, but it can be different in various events. So we've made it through that point, and now it is Texas Southern who is performing admirably so far. Texas Southern, of course, with the bowler of the year in the SWAC, Anisha Waller. And Waller's been very good in this tournament. She finished 2nd individually to Haley Young from Alabama State. Regular season champions, excuse me, Prairie View has been eliminated. Jackson State, the defending SWAC tournament champions, remain. Speaking of Jackson State, they are going to get a first game victory. Alabama State trailing early and will lose game 1. All right, Jackson State opens with 202. Southern is just getting to the 10th frame, but they will fall here in game number 1. Again, that match is an elimination match. Formalities at this point for Texas Southern. Only thing I can't really see from our angle here exactly where Anisha Waller is playing. I imagine she looks to be somewhere around where she was earlier, playing to the right around 6, 7, 8 at the arrows. Excuse me, maybe a tad bit left, but she had been throwing it very well, excuse me. As well as her teammates. Final run score 160 for Southern. If you are scoring at home, that is game number 1. And Jessica Sawmiller, 8-pin. Slow start for Alabama State in game number 1. All right, 213 for Texas Southern. Again, the winner of that match moves on to the championship match tomorrow. It'll be one half. It could be Alabama State. It could be Texas Southern. Several combinations and still lots of things to be determined. And a lot of bowling left to play here at the ITRC. Tristan, I do not know the answer to your question in regards to Scott Norton. I will say that Scott, I'm almost positive, is a practicing attorney. And so if he is not bowling much, or if you haven't seen him on tour or any events, I imagine it probably would have something to do with his other career. Don't want to speculate on that. That's just, if I had to guess, take a stab at that answer for that question, that probably would be it. Kind of similar to, if you're familiar with Mike Fagan, not to get off too far off topic, but for Tristan, Mike Fagan, of course, at the University of California, Berkeley. Excuse me. I apologize. Done a lot of talking today. Mike Fagan, of course, getting his MBA at the prestigious Berkeley School of Business there. So I imagine it's one of those situations for Scott Norton. All right, Texas Southern defeats Alabama State 213 to 140. And the winner on 11 and 12 will move on to tomorrow's championship match. Jackson State, the early 1-0 lead. Frame in the second for Texas Southern as they make the flip on the lanes. We saw Haley Young make the spare. Sierra Wilkins from Chicago as well, able to convert. For Texas Southern, very familiar lineup. I did not see if Kamari Jackson was in, but Joanne Savage certainly was, along with Samantha Kreiner. Of course, the anchor player, Denisha Waller. Brittany Torres has been the number 2 player, or excuse me, the bowler in the number 2 position, I should say. Very good shot there from Texas Southern. Samantha Kreiner, freshman from Kylene, Texas. Meanwhile, Alabama State trying to find the pocket. Yeah, 2 lefties in the lineup does Alabama State. And both left the same combination. The 3-5-6. So that could be telling on what's happening from the left side of the lane on lane 12. And so they'll have to make the adjustment. Good spare though. And they remain clean through 3 frames. Relatively close match going on 5 and 6. See what happens here with the shot for Texas Southern. We'll take it to 5 and 6 if we can. Alabama State just finishing up the 5th frame. And they are clean through 5. So good opening portion of the game for Alabama State in regards to frame filling. Texas Southern heads to the 9th momentarily. Again, 128 in the 7th. Working on a spare. Haley Young. Good shot. First shot of the match for Alabama State, and it comes from the leadoff bowler, Haley Young. Jackson State trailing. But Southern University opened in the 8th. They get the spare in the 9th frame. Big double is Tierra Wilkins, the southpaw. Rings one up in the 7th for Alabama State, the Lady Hornets. Now Samantha Kreiner looking to strike in the ninth for Texas Southern. And that's through the face. It leaves a 6-pin. Alabama State. Allison put another one on the board for Alabama State. 3 in a row for Allison Sledge as she gets the 3-bagger, excuse me. She strikes in the 8th. Alabama State all of a sudden in control here. Kreiner with the spare. While Laura Uzell with a 4-7 to deal with in the 8th frame. Colleen Jeremy and Rebecca Resco leads at 2-10 in the 8th frame. What essentially was a 2-pin match now. A little different with the open frame. Jeremy able to double up in the 10th. That's a big double. A strike would shut him out, but what they would need is 7 at least. Resco went for it. 175 in the 9th. Now the lead back now to Texas Southern. How about that? Boy, bowling is such a crazy game. The first game went to Jackson State there, Tony. Denisha Waller does not strike in the first. Max score now 186. The ball is in the court of Jessica Sawmiller. Needs a mark. Wow. That is not, I'm sure, what she expected. That is the 2-4. Excuse me, the 2-4, 7, 8, 10. Waller makes the spare. Oh, she certainly needs as much count as possible. She'd love to make it. And she gets 3. So 183. And that means now that Denisha Waller needs 7 here, or 8, I beg your pardon. 8 for the win, 7 for the tie, and she gets 9. Oh, that'll do it. Another interesting finish here at the SWAC Championship. Texas Southern 185. Alabama State 183. 2 games to none. All right, Jackson State and shot from Kamari Jackson just a little fast. But she lost it at the bottom. Tierra Wilkins in the second spot. Alabama State and the Lady Hornets from Montgomery, Alabama, led by head coach Andrew Chapman. Mix of players from all over the country. A couple from Florida, one from all the way east in Pennsylvania. That is Rebecca Resco. East, of course, also Dayton, Ohio, where Jessica Sawmiller resides. Memphis, Tennessee. Texas, Keller, Texas, actually, where Ashley Walker is from, which is not too far, obviously, from where we are right now. Chicago and Baton Rouge also represented for Alabama State. Two games to nil in our match here. But Southern defeated Jackson State in the second game, 178 to 165. So we are tied at 1. In that matchup. That one a little bit outside. Allison Slade's able to leave just a 3-9. This stream has been going almost 8 hours today. How about that? I'll do a pressure check on everything. Make sure it's all spread out enough to get some air. Southern University had a couple early opens in frames 1 and 2. They struck in the third. Yeah, big double from Samantha Siller. She's been very consistent for Southern University. Meanwhile, we've got ourselves a pretty even match, or even game, I should say, on 11 and 12. This is game 3. Alabama State behind the 8 ball here. Resco, that's got to hurry. Pickup. That was textbook right there on how to make that. On the other side, a single pin miss in the fourth for Texas Southern. Could that be enough to jumpstart Alabama State? Could. It could start with their anchor player, Jessica Sawmiller, right here in frame 5. Well, 3 lefties total. I forgot about Jessica, and I don't know how I did that. But 3 lefties while in the lineup, which is very rare. You don't see that often, and obviously the main reason is there aren't that many lefties. The ratios just don't favor. And so when you see 3, sometimes it can be very good, sometimes it could be not so good. In this case, the good part is they have an opportunity, the 3 lefties, obviously, to work together. Big spare. But again, Alabama State clean through the first 5 frames. All right, back half yet again. And again, it is Haley Young who gets things started in the back half. And Mari Jackson now with a washout. Sierra Wilkins, she struck in the second frame, if I'm not mistaken. Can she repeat that success? That looks a little bit inside of target. It is, and it crosses over. Jackson State trying to take a 2-games-to-1 lead. Open in the 5th, strike in the 6th frame. Southern opened in the 6th. They have 93 in the 6th, now into the 7th. Jackson State 69 in the 5th on the strike as they head to the 7th. Allison Sledge trying to put another strike on the board. Good shot from Brittany Torres, and good shot from Sledge, just a tad high. I just heard a boom, boom, pow reference. How about that? All right, Sledge to attack this spare. It's right, and just clips it. Alabama State is in control. They lead by about 25. And now looks to be even more, potentially the 5-10 split. We've seen the 5-10 a lot, a couple of runaway Brooklyns, and they haven't been kind. Open frame in the 8th for Jackson State, 126 in the 8th, so it's still a chance for Southern. 5-pin match or game between Jackson and Southern currently. This match, or this game, is mathematically over. So I'm going to take you to 7 and 8 here. Give you and Samantha Sellers just missed a single pin that potentially would have put them up. Reed will step up. Jessica Sawmiller, meanwhile, goes spare strike, or excuse me, left an 8-pin, I beg your pardon, 197 for Alabama State, so they are on the board. And that picked up their first victory here in this match. Again, tournament lives are on the line in this one. $174 the final total for Jackson State. And now they are back on top, 2-1. Nice finish for Colleen Shirami. 174 to 160. Here briefly. I know we have some Southern and Jackson State fans in the chat room. Tony or Diana Scott still in the building. According to the bracket, winner 8897. This is technically, according to the bracket, Game 7, the Alabama State-Texas Southern match. And then technically, this would be Game 8, also on the bracket. But if you just joined us, there was a little bit of a bracket discrepancy earlier that forced a little break. I apologize. That's a very good point. Very good point, Carmen. Oh, man. Why must we have people like that in the world? Nonetheless, Carmen, I apologize. I was supposed to change that link for you. The live scoring had been interfering with some of the scoring that was going on here. And so it made the change. The new link, and I'll go ahead and tell you now verbally, it is Lane Talk, L-A-N-E-T-L, oh, excuse me, T-A-L-K, lanetalk.com. And when you go to the home page, it will say, click to watch live scoring. And then you will scroll down and you'll want to select the bowling center. Of course, it's all the way at the bottom. You'll see International Training and Research Center, Arlington, Texas. You should be able to click there. And then there will be the lanes to load for you. What I'm not sure about is if you click on it, it doesn't look like it kind of enlarges for you. But let me know if that worked out for you. It definitely gets you there for sure. I'll go ahead and make that change. My apologies. Forgot to do that a little bit earlier. Should have a new link for you here in just a second. All right, that link should work now for you. For anyone in regards to live scoring, should take you to right to the lane talk perspective. All right, quick update on 11 and 12 before we take you back there. Trying to give you a little bit more of Southern and Jackson State. You can see Jackson State having some issues with spare shooting. Texas Southern, meanwhile, their big double. They got some breaks. Alabama State with a double as well. But Alabama State in the lead. Jessica has been high. And she leaves the 2-4-7-8. She has left some combination of that a few times throughout this tournament. Her ball speed slightly lower than the other two left-handers on her team. No problem, Carmen. Couple of splits going on 11 and 12. Meanwhile, trying to get on the board from the spare perspective, and Jackson State is simply put struggling in that area. All right, Brielle, that was a decent shot for Brielle Dean. She leaves a 7-pin, very makeable, of course. Kiera, 9-pin, excuse me, a 10-pin, I beg your pardon. See if Kiera can relax and stop the bleeding and make some spares here for Jackson State. Southern is clean through 5. They've got a 7-pin to deal with here. This is Brielle Dean looking to shoot that. On the other side, Tierra Wilkins strikes. That one's got to hold on. It does. And Southern is clean through 6 frames. And right now, that's really the difference. The opens for Jackson State in this game. Southern's got a chance to kind of open this one up. They can punch and double. Now Allison Sledge with a split in the 7th, or I beg your pardon, the 8th frame for Alabama State. It's still a relatively close match there. Reached the past the 5 o'clock hour Central Time here at the SWAC Conference Championship. .115 in the 8th. pretty good for Southern here. We'll take it to the end. Jackson State just got to shake that off there. Not done by any means. Still got a couple games to go at most. They are up 2 games to 1. Uzell did strike. But Southern looks like they will take that game. Over here, 25-10 lead. And Denisha Waller, big shot in the 10th. And that is a winner for Texas Southern. Best Alabama State can do is shoot 153. Texas Southern. Will pick up the victory here. And they will move now to 3 games to 1. They'll be 1 win away from championship berth. One could argue that Denisha Waller has had the best look throughout the tournament. I think she, and evidenced by the individual standing slightly, Haley Young, Denisha Waller have been in the same part of the lane. And they had the 2 highest scores yesterday. Denisha Waller has been very good. Haley Young has had her moments today as well, but Denisha Waller, there hasn't been too many times where she hasn't delivered when called upon. And that's exactly what an anchor is supposed to do. That's why they are in that situation, or in that position. 175 to 143. Texas Southern now. All right, back with you, folks. Apologize for not making sure that score up top was correct. It is 3-1 Texas Southern. Again, 3-1 Texas Southern. When I made the switch over to 7 and 8, or excuse me, 5 and 6, came back to it, didn't change it. Meanwhile, of course, Southern did win. It was 225 to 138. And that 138 game for Jackson State, pretty simple. You just got to forget it. It's only one game, and it's over and done with.
They'll be all centered. They'll be 7 and 8 and 9. That's what happens there. This team so you want them off one lane over.
All right, Texas Southern. Big double, the opening with an open frame. Again, it's Texas Southern controls their own destiny no matter what. They need to win one game. And it's easier said than done for sure. I have been on the other end of that. Oh, I'm not paying attention to what's happening in the chat room. Oh wow, is that what we got going here? Jeff, I'm gonna just be honest with you, sir. This is not the place, not for that conversation. If you want to have it, that's certainly up to you. But not here. If you want to watch bowling, I would love to have you. If you don't, plain and simple. Yeah, I just saw that, Tony. You turn your head for a minute, and all of a sudden there's things that aren't even important at the moment, or really ever. I mean, Alabama State's going to need some help. They got a little bit in the sixth frame and open for Texas Southern. But they need to get on the strike train and get on it quickly. Meanwhile, just like that, Jackson State, we talked about it. Hey, don't worry about that last game. Move on, forget about it, put it in the, gotta have a closer's mentality like baseball. Put it in the can and throw it away. And they're on the three-bagger. Not only three-bagger, they went strikes, pair, three-bagger through the first 5 frames. There are some Alabama State fans in attendance. They have some priceless reactions to some of the breaks Texas Southern is getting right now. All right, Haley Young, spare in the 6th frame. Somebody's got to start something. Play a little Michael Jackson. Hey, you want to be starting something? Looks like that was going 2 ways. One, get something started here in the bowling center. Somebody was get started something in the chat. Texas Southern with a double. Tierra gonna need some help there. No love on the 3-pin. Again, the loser of this match is not eliminated from the tournament. Important to note, just in case there's anyone in the chat. The loser will fall down into the elimination bracket, and they will take on the winner of our Jackson State Southern match in the next round. Right now, it is Texas Southern with their eye on the prize for tomorrow. That's got to get some help. All right, I believe the max score here for Alabama State, 15, 40, 70, 205. 15, 40, 70, 20. Texas Southern already facing the 2-0s, and boom goes the dynamite. Texas Southern will find themselves in the SWAC potentially, I should say. Texas Southern will find themselves in the SWAC Conference Championship match. And Denisha Waller to finish it out. Boy, she has been a model of consistency throughout this event here. And she is going to be, obviously it is a team game no matter what, but if Texas Southern can get the ball, so to speak, to their anchor player in a key situation or key moment, Denisha Waller is certainly one to provide what you need. Final score for Texas Southern, 231. And they will, or have won, I should say. And one half of the championship match now is set. Well, as we see Jessica Sawmiller finish things up, Jackson State will now find themselves up 3 games to 2. So our Jackson State and Southern fans in the chat, ready for a very good game number 6 coming up. All right, folks, you saw some of the celebration. Congratulations again to Texas Southern. Trying to give you a little bit of that. All right, let's get things situated here from our scoreboard. I'll do that for you while we watch the final frames here. So Jackson State wins 225 to 180. So they will move on now to lane 6. They lead 3 games to 2. All right. I got you, Tony. My man. Coach John, let's see, are you familiar with how they calculate the Baker frame average? Just the frames, John? Or not the games themselves? I mean, obviously, I'm sure you would know how to do that just from a total the games up and divide by the number of games. I imagine, are you talking about first ball, second ball? There are a ton of apps for that. I don't know the names of them offhand, but some things that get very specific. First ball, average, etc. Calculate strike percentage. That's something certainly you can do if you tallied up the score by hand or manually, but it would take a little time. A lot of those stats are used at the high school and collegiate levels. And so certainly it would be a cool idea if you can to do that for your daughter's high school team. Yeah, definitely some apps. It's a very good shot there from Marcelo Sanchez. So let's recap, folks. Tell you where we are currently. We're watching now the elimination match, or one of them, I should say. Texas Southern has punched their ticket. They will have to lose twice tomorrow to lose the championship. So very important when you watch it on ESPNU in a couple of days. Actually, next week. Yeah, I wish I knew some actual apps for you, John. I'm sure there had to be some coaches groups, perhaps on Facebook, that may be able to kind of share what type of apps they use. I know a lot of coaches still keep manual stats, and so they will, again, do it manually, and that's certainly one way to do it. Elimination matchup here. Jackson State up 3-2. It's a good question, John. Almost makes me want to grab an app like that too, but I don't see me using it potentially. Although when we've got a full broadcast booth, when we got a couple people, maybe we can kind of keep track of certain things like that. I would love to have stats like that as you're going on during a broadcast. Obviously, it would help. Drop a key stat here and there, especially when they bowl as many frames, or essentially what they do in this event, or an event like this. You can get into, hey, when this bowler's bowling in the 3-hole, you know, their percentages are this, but when they bowl in the anchor position, they're better. You know, those kind of things. Coach Boykins talking to his team. 2 opens in 4 frames. 1 open in 5 for Southern. Jackson State has been essentially on the brink all day long. They went 7 games with Grambling State, the 6th seed. They went 6 games in a very tough Game 6 loss against Texas Southern. Another good shot. I think for Jackson State, they just got to make sure they hone in on the second shot. You got to put that added extra laser focus into making this as good a shot as you do in the first shot. It sounds very basic, so sometimes you say, hey, my dad used to tell me all the time when I would get into a slump or struggle, he would just say, you know, son, you just got to go back to basics sometimes. And we talked about simplifying things all day, and that's one way to do that. Meanwhile, that was a very good shot from Brielle Dean for Southern University. Another cool thing about Bakers, as a player and a teammate, you kind of get the opportunity to pick your teammate up immediately the next frame. So your teammate had an open, unfortunately, in the 5th frame. If you're a leadoff, you say, hey, you know what, I got to go right now and pick my teammate up, and that's exactly what Brielle Dean did. I tell you what, John, you know, in the professional world, there's always a statistician along with the broadcasters. And so, by all means, I'll certainly be happy to have a statistician. I would never turn that down. Hopefully our paths will cross at some point. Be happy to meet you, John. All right, good spare there. In the lineup right now for Jackson State, very familiar Kiera Smith. The leadoff bowler, Marcela Sanchez from El Salvador, number 2. Brielle Dean has led things off for Southern. Cassandra Hughes, the sophomore, now up, dealing with the 1-2. All right, here is Sanchez. Decent shot. And didn't think it was that bad at all. Looked to be pretty good online. Ball really just never got into the hook face. Not to get too technical, it just kind of rolled. Southern again a few frames ahead. The max score for Southern right now is 203. Max score for Jackson State is 188. Big strike in the ninth for Sellers. He could be going to a game 7, folks. It could happen. And it wouldn't be unprecedented. We've seen several today. Several matches go the distance. Michelle Walker. What can she do here in the 8th for Jackson State? 2-5 here. All right, Colleen Jeremy. That one is left. Oh boy. And a 7-9 on the Brooklyn side. That is very rare. You don't see that every day. Not on the Brooklyn side. Wow. Okay. Focus and make the spare for Jackson State here, Michelle Walker. If you give her the count, that would be 162 plus 9, 171, open frame. And that'll do it. We are going to game 7. That spare was a must. And now the best Jackson State can shoot is 167. And we are going to game 7. Well, we have been treated to extra bowling all day. All right, again, we learned earlier that the higher seeded team gets the lane choice in game 7. So that will be up to Jackson State as the number 3 seed, Southern the number 5 seed. So good opportunity again for Jackson State, and then again not sure on what lane they will choose. Based on their scores, they shot 225 on lane 5 last game. Another good shot. She has left 2 9-pins this game as Brianna Reed. I believe 174 on lane 5 and 202 on lane 5. Their low games have been on lane 6. There's no disputing that. So if I had to guess, I would say they would probably take lane 5. But that's why guesses don't count. I tell you, no matter what happens in the championship match or who else will join Texas Southern, you'll be treated to a pretty good broadcast team as they have arrived. I've actually been here a little bit, kind of surveying the scene, taking in the bowlers, of course, and the excitement and action to get prepared for tomorrow. But Dave Marshall, and of course the USBC and PBA Hall of Famer Marshall Holman will have the call for you on ESPN. So be on the lookout for that when it airs. That should be pretty fun time no matter what. Okay, 169 to 143. Southern with the win. We are going to game 7. Jackson State will move on to, or move back to lane 5. Talking about averages, I said Jackson State's low scores happened on the right lane. Again, as simply stated, their high scores were on the left lane. no coincidence that every game they have won this match has been on lane 5. Carmen King, I'm curious, are you an alum or obviously just a fan or rooting for which team? I know we've got Jackson State represented in the chat room. We had some Southern fans or alums yesterday, or I believe early this morning. That's a good shot from Brielle Dean. Game 7, the loser of this match will be eliminated. If that is Jackson State, they will not have the opportunity to defend their title. I think overall, today has been a fantastic day for SWAC bowling. And I say that because I think there's some teams maybe a bit overlooked and or some didn't think, of course, from a talent perspective. Clearly some teams may be a little bit better in certain areas than others. But Grambling State pushed Jackson State to the limit. Overall, I mean, I think that's great for the conference. When you start talking about NCAA bids and things like that, RPIs, etc., those things play a role when you start talking about selections. And of course, Southern, who went 7 games with Prairie View, then obviously they defeated Grambling after going into the elimination bracket, and then in a tough match defeated Prairie View A&M, and now they have gone 7 games here with Jackson State. So how about Southern? I think if you're a fan of the SWAC, today would certainly make you proud to be an alum. All right, Paola Estrada is in the 3rd frame for Jackson State. They've gone again. Kiera Smith, Marcela Sanchez, now Paola Estrada. A slight change in the lineup, I believe, for Southern, as Cassandra Hughes in the 3rd spot. I may have just missed it. She could have been there the entire time. Thought she was in the 2nd spot there. Appreciate all of the engagement and the chat room today. It's been fun to interact with you through all of the highs and the lows. I'm gonna throw it out there if anybody needs a SWAC announcer. I'd be happy to do it. Open frame there now in the 3rd. Just gotta relax. In a game 7, we don't need to tell you what's necessary. You guys already know what's important. Fill the frame. Do what you can. If you don't, just shake it off. In this case, Cassandra has one more opportunity to help the team here. Laura Uzel now a split in the 4th frame. All right, Sellers, that was a little high, but just leaves a 3-pin. Near split pickup there. So the first open frame for Jackson State. Meanwhile, Sellers spares in the 4th. They got a 1-pin match here with Southern in the lead. Reed, that's in the cross and strike. Brianna Reed, one of the seniors Coach Boykins going with his seniors down the stretch here in the 4-5 position. Laura Uzel and Brianna Reed. It's a big shot. Again, a one-pin match. The right to continue on in this tournament. All right, Smith is through the face there, leaves the 4-7, or beg your pardon, the 6-10. Man, it's been a long day of bowling. It has been a long day of bowling. Riel Dean taking her time. And I don't know if that's by design. I don't know if she takes that amount of time often, but in this situation, this is your final shot. It could be the final shot of the season. You need to take as much time as you need. Now you can hear a pin drop. That is left, needs some help. And a very difficult 3-9. It's difficult anyway, and it's even more difficult on a 40-foot, 24.65 milliliter pattern that has been bowled on a little bit at this point. Cross lane at the spare for Kiera Smith. Kate McConnell has joined. 2011 SWAC champion and alumna. Okay, Kate. I see you coming in dropping credentials. I see that. I feel you. Kate came right in the chat. No hesitation. I like that. Meanwhile, it's a tough spare. We talked about it. The open frame there in the 6. Marcela Sanchez now for Jackson State. Get into a roll ball. It did this time. Very similar line. The last time it didn't get into the roll on lane 6. She left that 8-10. That time, very good shot, and Sarah LaDuff comes right back in the 7th frame. And she strikes. Jackson State with a 13-pin advantage. Cassandra Hughes is stepping up in the 8th frame for Southern. That's got to get some help. Bang! What a shot. She looked up as if to say she wasn't too sure about it. Well, that's a double. She gets some much needed encouragement from her coach. Now Paola Estrada. Sophomore from Mexico. A little light and leaves the 7-pin. All right, the tide turning a little bit. A strike here from Sellers in the 9th will put Southern down by 3. And looking for more, and that's got to get some help. Out of trouble, boy. She knew it when she let it go. She popped up immediately and hoping for a decent result. It's certainly not the worst thing, but it's certainly not the best. It is makeable, the 1-2-4-10 washout. And to think, folks, we've still got one more match after this. Wow. All right, Estrada, 7-pin. And that one is not close, folks, unfortunately. All right, the open frame, max score now 195 for Jackson State. Sellers got to push. No. Head pin falls in front of the 10. Needed to have it. If I'm Southern, it depends. Depends on the anchor position and, you know, kind of what you feel like doing. But there could be some strategy. You could play a little mind game, but If you want to know, if you're the kind of person where you want to know what you need, then you kind of wait it out. Maybe if you'd like to just go ahead and put some pressure on, essentially make Jackson State think about it, you can do that too. Laura Uzel leaves the 4-7 at most now. They're looking at 185. Southern is looking at 178. Jeremy needs some help, and they get some help on the Brooklyn side. Laura Uzel, the senior from Newark, New Jersey. Brianna Reed from Linden, New Jersey. The seniors bringing up things here, trying to close it out for Jackson State. Uzel first needs to spare. Hold on, ball, and she chops it. And just like that, I mean, literally at the snap of a finger, Southern University is in control. If Colleen Jeremy can strike here, it would go a long way. Even if she doesn't, it will be up to then Brianna Reed, who has been in this position earlier before today. Jeremy's second shot, that's got to get some help. Hits the head pin and it carries. Wow, the 7-8 ball late. Well, Brianna Reed has to strike just to maintain and make Colleen think about it a little bit here. That's a good shot. And she strikes. Not over yet. Count, obviously important here. Again, the best Jackson State can do is shoot 174. Seven is what is needed from Colleen Jeremy on this ball to clinch the victory. It's online. She needs 7 and she gets 6. 6 now. Wow. Brianna Reed needs a double just to tie. Mercy. That looks good. Strike. One more. I can't tell anyone how to handle their own emotions. Brianna Reed was in this very same scenario. She needed 3 strikes against Texas Southern in Game 6 to win by a pin. She needed a double, essentially, after the first one. She didn't know what she needed, essentially. She knew what she needed before that shot. Now a double to tie. And we'll find out. I believe the tiebreaker is a modified Baker game, so it would be 5 frames. Here it is, folks. For Jackson State to continue on and force a tiebreaker. Gotta push, gotta push. And 9, and Southern has defeated Jackson State in Game 7, 174, 173. What a match. Congratulations to Southern. The emotions are starting to flow on the side, of course, of Jackson State. The seniors, Brianna Reed, Laura Uzel. It's always a tough one. There's a winner and a loser in every single thing in competition. Jackson State, wow. And Southern continues what many might consider maybe improbable, I'm not sure. But that's what we have right now, folks. The beauty of competition, my goodness.
You have
Wow. Woo. You could say a million things about what we watched, but ultimately, you know what it's about, folks? What we just watched is bowling. Bowling gives and it takes, but it does make you earn it, generally speaking. And in that regard, Brianna Reed, I don't think you can ask her to throw really 3 better shots. Hey, that last one was a little high. That 4-pin could have fell. It did not, but she did what she had to do. And Coach Brookington, I mean, obviously couldn't have had a better individual in the anchor position, but it kind of goes back down to you just got to fill frames. Could someone tell me a little bit about what happened in 2011? You wouldn't mind just to coach me up briefly. Just tell me, was it an improbable run, if you will? Now I'm curious. Wow. Well, folks, I think you know the drill by now. There'll be a little bit of a break. Alabama State looks like they get to warm up for a few minutes. We'll have Alabama State and Southern University. Jackson State, unfortunately, the defending champions have been eliminated, so we will have a new champion. And they will not be either of Jackson State or Prairie View A&M. Still one more match, Tony. Don't forget about that. We've got one more match. It'll be either or. Alabama State and or Southern to take on Texas Southern tomorrow. And we'll find that out, in about probably 15 minutes or so, or 15 to 20. Well, at least we'll start competition about that point, I should say. Well, it's been a fun one, folks. I'm still here. I'm still kicking. I'm going to try to set some things up, get this our scoreboard situated, and I'll be back in a moment. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We need to, or Texas Southern needs an opponent for tomorrow. We will find out who that is when we return. 2017 SWAC Championship rolls on Bowl TV. Not gone yet, sorry. Shout out to Coach John. Appreciate you, John, stopping by the chat. And good luck tomorrow. And good luck at or if you're watching the MIAA finals. I assume that the MIAA school I went to now, Lindenwood, is a member of that institution as a whole. Sudden death. I tell you what, the way the day has gone, it wouldn't shock me if we went into all types of sudden deaths and tiebreakers and such. But as of right now, I think that's the way we want it. I mean, it's been fantastic.
I might have to go get my jacket.
All right, I'm taking it.
Maybe that's what I got to do. I got to go get my jacket. It's going to change the swing of things. That's, that's a good idea. I'm going to go get my jacket. kind of going a little bit to the side. He kind of shifted off to the left. Box in the left hand. I was like, oh, he's trying to run me down.
We got another match. They just knocked out Jackson State. Oh, okay.
That was one hell of a match, that last one.
respect it. Yeah, so if she's close, can they go out and do something, or are they kind of like they got a curfew, you know? Come on, easy.
Yeah, it's late. It's late. Let me ask you something. What's
Get cold here. Yeah, all the body heat, all the body heat is nothing to what we're building. Just to build. You're staying here till Monday?
Yeah, we flew in. It's kind of hard to nominate on Sundays because that's the day that a lot of people are traveling. So Fridays and Sundays are hard to get.
Well, campus is in Scotland. Yes, that's right. It's the national championship.
Thanks for checking.
Yeah, they're probably up for it because it's late now. It's gonna be dinner and then you gotta make it there first. You can give rotation.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Bowl TV. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Been here with you all weekend and pleased to kind of close it out with you also. We have been treated to an excellent tournament filled with everything you would expect when a conference championship is on the line. The highs, the lows, the tough shots, the big breaks, the tough breaks, and everything in between. We've had some serious 10th frames. The last match obviously went from being a win to one team to a potential loss to back to a win to then the potential of a tie. And so, I mean, literally, we've had all of the feels, if you will. Big thanks to everyone in the chat room. You guys have been great throughout. And now we have reached our final destination, but not like the movie, because that just wouldn't be a good idea. It is Alabama State, the #1 seed, with a loss. An L in the loss column, taking on Southern University. Southern has now put together a fantastic run after losing their opening match this morning. They started bowling at 9 o'clock, folks, and Southern is still doing great things and one match away from bowling for a SWAC championship. Think about that for a second. I mean, really think about where Southern has come from. All right, Brielle Dean, get this thing started with a strike on the Brooklyn side for Alabama State. This is Haley Young. Haley, member of the all-tournament team. She won the individual portion of the event yesterday. They go Haley Young, and they follow with Gabrielle Hassin. I know I'm mispronouncing that, and I wanted to get that pronunciation. I knew it was something I was forgetting. Rebecca Resco, who had really been in the fourth position for most of the day. We'll see where she is. We've also seen a lot of Allison Sledge and Tierra Wilkins forming a very formidable trio from the left side of the lane with Jessica Selmiller. So we'll see how Coach Chapman has elected to start things here. Again, a different pair. Last time we saw Alabama State, they were only 11 and 12. Just to run through, big thanks to, again, everyone in the chat. You guys have been great. Thank you for the compliments. This is Saul Miller. I feel like now we kind of know each other at this point. But that's kind of how I feel with everyone in the chat who is cool in the chat. There's some people who are not cool in the chat, and we all found that out earlier, but that's just kind of how the chat goes sometimes. Okay, once again, so Southern, again, lost their opening round match to Prairie View in 4 games, or excuse me, 7 games, I beg your pardon, 7 games. Dropped to the losers bracket. They then took on Grambling State, who lost to Jackson State, took them to 7 games as well. Southern then moved on after the sweep of Grambling, 4 games to none. Then there was a little break. There was a little issue with the bracket. And after it was all settled and everything, Southern then took on Prairie View A&M. Ended up, I mean, just another emotional match. Southern defeated Prairie View A&M. I believe it was 4 games to 2. And of course, on the match you just saw, Southern and Jackson State in a Game 7 by 1 pin in the 10th frame. Southern defeats Jackson State 4 games to 3. Well, Southern has almost to this point bowled the maximum amount of games in their victories, aside from their sweep, of course, over Grambling State. But they've gone to 6 games, they have gone to 7 games, and they went to 7 games in their round 1 loss. So they've got a lot of games. I'm sure something to take a look at or think about is the fatigue factor at this point. It's 6:30 Central Time, and again, we've been at it since 9 a.m., not to mention who knows what time these young ladies woke up this morning. I know that they probably woke up flawless because that's what Beyonce would do. See what I did there, people in the chat? All right, Alabama State clean through 4. Southern went strike, open, spare, and now back-to-back splits. And Stahlmiller, how about the late love tap on the 7 pin? How about a spare pickup, maybe on the split? Sharami open in the 5th, 58 in the 5th frame for Southern, and Haley Young is through the nose, and she will leave a 3-10. Again, the road for Alabama State as the #1 seed. They earned a first-round bye. My man James, I'm glad somebody. That's one of those you throw it out there and you know people got it, but you need that confirmation. But again, they led qualifying yesterday. Total pinfall, #1 seed. So their first match was against Prairie View A&M, again, who previously had beat Southern in the 4-5 match, and match number 1, round 1. Took care of business there and moved on to face Texas Southern. And it was Texas Southern. Alabama State didn't bowl well that match. Had a couple 140 games. Not sure 11 and 12 really kind of got to where they would have liked as far as lane play. And I think I know I would have had an idea, of course, anytime you have several lefties on the team, you can try to disperse them in the best possible spots that you can. They had 3 lefties there going in that match, and it just, not saying that was an issue by any means. If that was a strategy, though, I would have kind of done the same thing. Tough spare, or excuse me, tough chop on that spare. But it just didn't work out on 11 and 12. Now the beauty of it, of course, is they still get a chance to bowl, which is what they're doing now because of the double elimination format. But that meant that Texas Southern went on to win 4 games, I believe, to 2. And Texas Southern able to move on. And who will they face? That is the question that will be answered here in just a few games. So that is the road to essentially the semifinals at this point. Tony, I don't think you're wrong about that at all. For those of you who have been here throughout the day, early on in our first match against with Jackson State and Grambling State, lane 8 proved to be kind of the difference in that match. All right, spare in the 8th, lane 8. Let's see if lane 8 can be the difference here for Southern. Again, the formula, I think, for both teams is really simple. And that is, it's the same across the board. You know, we'll say it over and over again, but you know, you got to fill frames to be in position to get to where you want to get to. Good shot there from Rebecca Resco, and that's a different bowl ball than I've seen her throw throughout the day. Looks like she's moved in also a little bit as well, and so we'll see how that carries over. All the Southern alums and Alabama State alum and parents. We've had a lot of representation, of course, of Jackson State, Texas Southern. I believe at some point or another, had someone in the chat represent each team who is participating here or competing. Southern led by head coach Rose Fogg. After their win against Jackson State, after their win against Prairie View A&M, her Coach Fogg on the phone, and she was saying, hey, it looks like we're going to be spending the night. Got to change some plans up, maybe get some different hotels or something like that. Spend the night in the DFW. Plenty to do. Got plenty of movie theaters out. There's a ton of good movies. Not to just get all out of whack here, folks, but a couple of good movies out. So they need to spend the night. Some things we can check out. Alabama State will go ahead and take game 1 here. Things that, if you would imagine, have died down a little bit from a spectator standpoint. Still a pretty good bunch representing both squads here. All right, Remy makes the spare. Alabama State 172 as we begin things. Again, Texas Southern is already into the finals tomorrow. It will be taped for later broadcast which will air or scheduled to air at this point April 2nd at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I believe also at April 3rd at the same time. Excuse me, good shot from Colleen to end things there, 138 for Southern. One thing we know at this point about Southern is they don't need to necessarily get off to a good start or anything like that. I think they have been pretty cool and calm considering what they've been up against. I mean, there's some really good teams, obviously, in the SWAC. And there's some teams that overall, from top to bottom, they have more talent than them. I don't think that's necessarily a wrong thing to say. If you look at it, you can see, hey, they got maybe one or two extra players that pretty solid, right? Alabama State's a pretty solid team. But that's the thing with Southern. We've learned that today throughout this tournament. It doesn't really matter. Just got to go out and do what they do. They make you work, make the opponent work hard. And I think it's kind of like innocence in a sense, where, again, when there's a team that's expected to win, that team has the pressure. When there's a team that's not expected to win, that team can go kind of bowl, do it, whether it's bowling or whatever it is, compete freely. Tony just coming right out, dispelling any notion. Tony's probably sitting right now at home. He listened to me talk and said, "No, bruh." I will say, though, I think Alabama State is certainly determined to get to the championship. I remember watching them last year, and they were extremely disappointed. I had the SWAC Bowler of the Year last year, Caleb Ryan. I do think they not only they certainly have what it takes to do it. And I think they are that determined to make sure they at least to get to the championship. And when you get there, hey, anything can happen. All right, Resco, we mentioned the ball change. She moved in. That one probably just a hair slow, and she leaves the 4-6. So that stops the run of the first three from Alabama State. This is Cassandra Hughes crossing over. They'll take it. 9-spare strike. Again, the winner will move on to tomorrow's SWAC Championship Finals on ESPNU. Not be live. We will not have it on Bowl TV. That would be great if we did. But the student athletes certainly have earned the right to be on national television. And they should certainly not only enjoy it, and I know they will. That would be a cool experience, not only for all involved, but fans and spectators as well. TV, whether it's live or taped, there's just nothing like it. The cool thing about what I do is, and it's very rare to have the ability to essentially be a part of a lot of TV broadcasts often. I had a chance to do that with the PWA Tour last season. I will do that again is working on tour, of course, as part of the staff here at the USBC, but that's a very cool thing not everyone will ever get a chance to do. Nice pair from Shaw Miller. I tell you what, she's made a couple of cool split conversions. Nice shot there from Colleen. How about this anchor for Southern, huh? Colleen Shirami, I beg your pardon. And if I mispronounce it, I certainly apologize to the family. But yeah, she's been in positions again to try to win some games, and she's done that as well. In fact, I don't think that I've seen today Southern has made too many lineup changes. It's always funny when you can kind of hear the pin drop. It's very quiet in here, so people kind of turn around and look at you because you're the only one talking. Sorry, folks. This is what we do. All right, spare converted for Haley Young. All right, Gabrielle coming up. Brielle Dean, meanwhile, for Southern, takes care of business on the spare. Teammates call her Gabby. A freshman. That one is a little wide. Let's see if the pins will be kind to her. That's a tough spare. 1, 2, 8, 9. Sarah LaDuff will try to take care of a 5-pin. Lane pattern, we haven't talked about it much in a while, but it is a 40-foot pattern. That's what we started with on the fresh. Again, this was hours ago now, think about it. 24.65 milliliters. If you'd like to check the graph, you can. That is in the link on the information section, I beg your pardon, at the bottom of this event. That one's got to push, make sure she gets the 5. She does. And how about the spare from Gabby there? Not the easiest of spares to make. Again, 40 feet. I believe we have had, let me get my adjusting sheet out. And Sledge with a 5 count there. On 7 and 8, let's see, 1, 2, 3. If I'm correct, I think this is just the third full match on 7 and 8 today. I believe. I know I'm forgetting one actually, and I don't remember where it was. I think it was on, oh no, beg your pardon, let's see. No, that's right. I think it's just the third full match on this pair. This is also the TV pair, so keep that in mind. You've had a chance to kind of see some of the characteristics of 7 and 8. Again, but a lot of factors. It'll be different for TV, right? There's no TV lights here right now, which obviously can absorb oil a little quicker, make it evaporate a little quicker on the lane. Heck of a shot there from Resco. And there won't be several teams practicing across the various pairs as well tomorrow. And so the environment will be a little different, and therefore the pattern might play a little different because of that. So again, when you watch it on ESPN, you kind of keep that in mind, the differences of what you saw during qualifying and match play, and then what you see under the TV lights and less traffic. All right, 157 in the 8th, a strike in the 9th for Southern. Sawmiller in that 2-4-7-8. And for the second time, I've seen the weird 7-9 left from Colleen. But when she crosses over, well, you just don't see that often. You see the split often, but it's generally the ball was too high to the pocket. The entry of angle was a little too steep, severe, and you can leave a 7-9. But you don't really see it the way that Colleen has left it a couple times here. Nonetheless, she'll take the count, but it won't disrupt anything as Southern will get on the board with a victory. No doubt about it, Kate. And Kate obviously can kind of confirm, of course, because she was directly involved and competed on TV. And so it's a really completely different environment. And it's something that the players have to quickly get adjusted to. You almost have to think about it almost like it's kind of like a new tournament in a sense, because you would go in thinking that the pattern will more than likely play different. At the very least, it will break down quicker, so your moves might have to be quicker because of that. Of course, if you're just joining us, Kate McConnell, a 2011 SWAC champion, member of Southern University. She is an alum. I like Kate because she came right into the chat and said, she told us who she was, what she did, and the credentials just spoke for themselves. And I like that kind of confidence, Kate. You need that. You need it. Come on, 9-pin. All right, we're all tied at 1 here, folks. Coming up on the 7 o'clock hour. Central Time. It's been a long but a very rewarding day. Phil, okay. I saw some of that in the chat. I didn't get a chance to kind of re-scroll the chat, see if I missed any questions. I apologize. Big thanks to Phil for checking us out. All right, early open for Alabama State. Central High School representing Phil says Sarah LaDuff and Haley Young. So 2 former, I assume, Phil, that they bowled together at one point on the high school team. I think that is a safe assumption based on your comment. How about that? So Sarah and Haley going against one another for the right to potentially win a SWAC championship. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff, Phil. Gotta make you feel like a very proud coach as well. And that's the other element of it. to these coaches. You talk about the players. Well, I was a coach, a graduate assistant, and when you make that transition from a player of what back-to-back opens to start things for Alabama State, it's one thing to transition immediately. First of all, it's one thing to coach. Let's just get that out there. Coaches, all the respect in the world in my book, lots to juggle, organization, details, planning, practice time, travel time, all of those things, right? The administrative side, scheduling, everything. All right, 10 pin there for Allison Sledge, 310 or 3-9-10, excuse me. That was Sarah LaDuff there, and she chops it for the open. But briefly on the coaching. So big kudos, respect to all the coaches involved in the sport at any level, especially the high school and collegiate levels. The collegiate level is a different animal, of course, with some of the things I just mentioned. Big spare there. Alabama State is on the board. But the emotions that the coaches go through, and sometimes they you know, it's not good for them to show emotion because they don't want it to rub off, or they don't want their players to see them kind of in that same light that the player sees themselves at a particular moment. And so they've got to keep it cool and calm generally at just about at all times. And I learned that often when I was a graduate assistant coach. It's tough when you, especially when you go from player to coach immediately. You learn a lot, and it's just like, you know, when you're in school and if you would like to become a teacher, right? And then you begin to teach young students, and then you think about what you were like as a student. It's kind of like that. All right, Samantha Sellers. Again, goes to school in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The program says she's from Tucson, Arizona. I'm on a far ways east from Arizona. I guess that's not terribly far, though, when I think about it. Let's see if Jessica Sawmiller here can kind of calm the team down. That anchor is kind of brings that presence about them. What a shot. Well, it could be that kind of match, folks. If that's what we're in for, it's going to go 7 games. Nice shot there from Colleen. I haven't seen Colleen really get down on herself at all. She's kind of been that calming presence as well in that anchor position for Southern. All right, Sawmiller makes the spare on a wonderful shot and a high flush 10 pin from the left-hander. Let's see if Haley Young, who's been pretty good in the 6th frame, I've noticed, she gets some help. I think maybe that was the 5 that fell late, or that fell first, I should say, and then the 10 pin followed suit. The head pin went to the 6 pin went to the sidewall, looked like, and took care of business. Brielle Dean now stepping up. Folks, at 10, or excuse me, I'll tell you in a minute. That one is, well, that's through the face. I thought the 7 might go. All right, looks like we've got Unless I had not been paying attention. And if that's the case, I apologize. But Miranda Rimmel, the freshman from Merritt Island, Florida, comes in for Gabby and strikes. So Miranda Rimmel got the call to the bullpen. Bring in the righty. Tied at 1 game apiece. Folks, we got a special countdown. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Our live stream has officially been active for 10 hours. We have been live for 10 consecutive hours. That was a countdown moment I wanted to share with all of you. I feel like many of you have been here for, it feels like half, at the very least half of those 10 hours. Heck of a shot, meanwhile, from Allison Sledge. Rebecca Resco follows suit. All right, shout out to Tony and Phil. I mentioned Phil at the state runner-ups in 2015.
Go, Jess.
Sarah led the team to the state championship last year. Tony's is Mississippi South. I assume that is Mississippi, Tony. South State champions. Richland High School boys and girls. How about that? Well, Mississippi, Richland doing some work in the state of Mississippi. Jessica Sawmiller doing some work on lane 7, and Alabama State doing work overall in the back half of this game. We've seen a lot of teams get the job done in the back half of games, and Alabama State has been doing that a little bit as well, and they will take a 2-1 lead. That is a lot of bowling. There was a break unplanned, unfortunately, but didn't hurt us at all. We're all good. So far, so good. I'm gonna knock on the wood there on the table. The last thing we will want is random things to happen to our live stream. All right, again, 2-1. Phil, certainly I knew you were Louisiana. Tony, we wrote MS South Champs. I assume that was Mississippi. It's good to see, first of all, high school bowling flourishing in our country, across the globe, essentially. I know there's still a few states that may not recognize it as a varsity sport, but many still do at the club level. Wow, how about that for good measure? Well, we've seen a lot of good split conversions today. Well done on the 4-7-9. Jessica took care of that, Tony. Meant to do that earlier. All right, 163. However, I missed the final score for, excuse me, Alabama State. If someone could, if you happen to see it, let me know. Looks like I missed all the scores. I thought I was writing it down somewhere. Maybe I wasn't. I don't know what's going on anymore. I do know it's 2-1 though. Yeah, for Alabama State, I'll talk about their youth. They don't, they have one senior, and that is Rebecca Resco. Thank you, Trey. Man, doing work. Wow, continues the good spare shooting. Five, 8, 10. First open for Southern. Allison Sledge trying to take care of the 1-3-6. Takes care of business. I think she has found the right ball for sure. Coach Chapman, he can see obviously when his player, in that instance, Jessica had pulled it a little bit. Said hook a lot, trying to get to that Brooklyn side. And now a break for Southern. Again, Alabama State just one senior with Rebecca Resco. Gabby a freshman, Miranda Rimmel a freshman, Jessica Sawmiller a senior. So at this point, she would be the lone senior next season. Allison Sledge is a freshman. Ashley Walker, a sophomore. Tiara Wilkins, a sophomore. And Haley Young, a sophomore. Tony, I appreciate that, sir. Thank you very much. I'm going to screenshot that and send it upwards. No, I'm just playing. But again, what I'm doing is the easy part. I like to have fun. We know it's going to be a long day. We've all been to and watched bowling events. And so it can be, at some point, feels like a long day. But we've been blessed with great matches throughout the day. And of course, when you have that, it really makes the rest of the job easy. The hardest part for me sometimes, I just want to make people happy. So getting cameras set up and turning them to try to get everyone to have the ability to watch their respective teams. And sometimes we just can't do that all the time. But when we can, we try to. I remember the substitution that we saw. Of course, it's really the third shot overall for Miranda Rimmel in a few games, of course, aside from practice. But a very good shot there. She wraps the 10 in the 7th frame. Again, an open in the 6th from Brielle Dean. For Southern, as LaDuff leaves a 7-pin. Southern and one senior who was not present. And so that leaves Colleen Cherami, the junior. A couple of sophomores just got to touch the 10-pin. It still counts. Cassandra Hughes, Lauren Kite, two sophomores. Sarah LaDuff, as Phil mentioned, a freshman. And I mentioned Brielle Dean and Samantha Sellers. Oh, excuse me, two seniors they would have for next year. Sellers and Colleen Cherami. So Southern relatively young as well. I think there's some youth across the SWAC as Cassandra Hughes crosses over. Alabama State kind of in control of this game here. Very good shot there from Allison Sledge. I don't know if it was by design or not, but it's rare when you have multiple lefties on a squad. Really think, I mean, when you can use it to your advantage, when you have an advantage, you won't all the time. There'll be times where the left side will be tough. But we've seen Allison Sledge, we've seen Tiara Wilkins, and Jessica Sawmiller has been a mainstay at that anchor position. Coach Chapman and Alabama State. I mean, all right, 4-7, oh, excuse me, 4-6-7. Resco in the 9th. Here is Sellers in the 9th. That's got a push. Number 9 goes down. So now the open frame could present trouble potentially for Alabama State, but the count is the most important here. Tony, I appreciate it again, man. You really don't have to contact anyone. Honestly, the chat room will speak for itself. Do you think I won't hit this screenshot button? Right? These days, if you don't have proof, it didn't happen, right? All right, 157 in the 9th. Alabama State, max score of 187. Best Southern can do is shoot 169 and less trouble here for, boy, if I had a nickel for every time Jessica Sawmiller has left this 2-4, 7-8. And now either way, Alabama State don't have to worry about too much now. If Southern and Colleen had struck there, she got the first one in the 10th. She would have forced a spare no matter what from Sawmiller. I give Jessica a lot of credit, though. I think she's made every single one. She must leave that a lot. And she is money on that spare. I will invite, of course, everyone in the chat room. Be sure to keep us tuned in throughout the rest of the year. Of course, we've got tons of college bowling still remaining on the schedule. We will not have any NCAA bowling perspective, but they will have a live stream. We have been involved in some capacity in helping them. Good shot there on the fill shot. All right, Ashley Walker getting the fill shot. Three games to one. And Alabama State had to take the long way essentially, but if anything, they've been one of the teams that because of their bye, they didn't have to bowl essentially that extra match or two like Southern. Southern's been here since 9 a.m. Probably 8 more than likely, 8:30 at least. All right, Ashley Walker is in the mix now at leadoff. But the fatigue factor, well, it's been a long day. Again, they didn't have to kind of go through all of the not only the physical battle, but we've all seen today how much this sport can weigh on you mentally when you're in the moment and in those matches. It is mentally exhausting. And for a long time, you don't know what that means. What does it mean to be mentally exhausted? You get in competition, or sometimes life comes at you fast and things don't go your way, and it can be mentally exhausting. And these players certainly went through the gauntlet today. Thank you, Kelsey. Open frame early on for Brielle Dean. Hopefully for Southern. I know the situation looks bleak, but again, they've been in this situation before, and they've battled back. Talked about the determination. I think for Alabama State, they are determined to get to the title match. But Southern's got to keep fighting. A situation where they get to this point where you don't want to see them just give it away, or give it to Alabama State, if you will. Sarah had to go retrieve her spare ball. Meanwhile, Miranda Rimmel now still in that second position, and chops the 3-6-10. All right, LaDuff. And she missed that one. It looks like she knew it when she let it go. And twisting that thumb a little bit.
Go, Allison, let's go. Come on.
No problem, Kelsey. Hopefully, I did notice yesterday, and could have just been my computer, but we had the full stream in all of the hours But it kind of started at the second game. I wasn't sure why. It could have just been me. Hopefully no one experienced that as well. But we mentioned 10 plus hours of live coverage here from the SWAC today. The 3, 5, 6 for Allison Sledge. But yes, be sure to check out the archived replay. In fact, you can go back and watch some now. Obviously, we're almost through here with our final round, but I'll stop the stream afterwards. And YouTube will finish processing the remainder of the event. And it will be available on the Bowl TV YouTube channel. Again, subscribe, folks. Don't forget the Sport of Bowling USBC page. Subscribe to Bowl TV. As I was saying earlier, we'll have more college bowling for you. We won't have the NCAA championships. That will be live streamed by the NCAA. But we will have the USBC Nationals, essentially the intercollegiate team championships, both singles and team. We'll have that for you on Bowl TV. We'll also have other content throughout. We'll be posting replays of PWBA events. Our season will kick off in late April. If any of you subscribe to Extra Frame, that is where you can watch the PWBA Tour live. Of course, the Professional Bowlers Association online bowling channel. Shout out to the PBA. Once we stream live later in the week, we will post, at least that's the plan, post some things regarding the respective tournaments on Bowl TV and some other content we'd love to add too. So be sure to subscribe. All right, out of trouble is Sawmiller. Colleen has just a lot of forward roll. And I think that's kind of what causes sometimes if she crosses over, for example, that 7-9 that I talked about. She had a lot of end over end roll on her ball. And that was a very good shot. Probably should have been 10 in the pit, but it just didn't have enough to drive and kind of enter the pocket the proper way. As you hear people say in the bowling world, you got to get the ball to hit the pins the right way. You probably hear that often. If you don't, you probably will hear it now, or you probably heard it and never really thought about it. And they're really talking about entry angle, just the way the ball entered the pins for maximum carry probability. All right, we've refreshed the lineup essentially. And we've got ourselves a 10-pin game. Alabama State leads by 10. Could be the finals 5 frames for these teams. Ashley Walker washout. Cowboys got it right early. We're going to have a substitution, and that's a big shot there on the Brooklyn side for Brielle Dean. They're going to call in Tiara Wilkins, the lefty, to shoot this spare. It certainly can be made from the right side. We saw Rebecca Resco make it actually for Alabama State, but Wilkins now will try to come in and help the team. Looks pretty good. Pretty good shot at it there. And now can Southern capitalize? That one is way right. That's going to need some help. That's a decent 7, one that got away from Sarah. Makes it a little tricky sometimes, of course, because of the 2 and the 7 there. You'd like the ball to hit all 3 pins if you can. And now at 5-9 crossing over there. So Alabama State, Southern trying to make them work. And there it is. Southern still in decent position. What can Cassandra Hughes bring to the table? But I need some help on the Brooklyn side. Boy, the 7-pin doesn't go. That's makeable. Miranda Rimmel taking her time. Looks like she may have her spare ball in hand, trying to figure out the proper way to line up and shoot this. She's going to go straight at it, attack it. That's a pretty good shot and a pretty textbook right there. It's a good lesson there. Sometimes when you're not lined up, the pattern's tough, no matter what the spare is. So that's got a chance. Boy, that's got a chance. Oh my goodness. How about that? Boy, that's about as good as you can get from shooting a spare and not making it. Talk about textbook. That was exactly the way you'd want to shoot the 3, 6, 7, 10. And now Allison Sledge goes 10 back, and she just kind of turned around like it was nothing. What a shot from Sledge. And just like that, Alabama State is frames away, potentially. All right, Sellers has been high last couple times. How to make the spare. Again, you never know what can happen. Resco gets it out. Time carry. The best Southern can do if Sellers makes the spare is shoot 163. That double was pretty much the dagger. It would be fitting to have Jessica Saul-Miller, kind of this consistent player for the team, put him inside the championship, and that is exactly what she did. Alabama State will meet Texas Southern tomorrow at 1 p.m. for the SWAC Conference Championship. ASU, the #1 seed, will take on, again, Texas Southern, the #2 seed. Of course, the caveat tomorrow, Texas Southern will have to lose twice. Alabama State will have to beat Texas Southern twice, whatever way you want to look at it. If Mrs. Sawmiller is watching, I'm going to have to talk to Jessica about this 2-4-5-7. Or excuse me, 2-4-7-8. Should be a fun championship match, folks. It will certainly, I imagine it will make for great TV. We hope it does. Colleen Sher-Remy now will finish things out for the Southern University Jaguars. 185, the final officially, to 151. Again, Alabama State has done it. Gotta give a lot of credit and congratulations to Southern University. Heck of a tournament. They bowled extremely well. What is now essentially the end to a long day. Tony, yeah, go ahead and do that. Also, I think I told someone else, but be sure to follow not only USBC, follow us at USBC, of course, Facebook, Twitter, etc. But If you'd like to chat, talk about bowling and sports and whatever else, I'm on Twitter at EWJR. I'll be happy to chat with you. It's been a pleasure, folks. I appreciate it. Thanks, Phil, Tony, Miss Saw Miller, everyone who watched today. Been a long day, but it was well worth it. Mr. College and Strike Spares and Scholarships, appreciate you tuning in. And again, and everyone in between, a lot of the alums from ASU, Southern, Texas Southern, Jackson State, everybody, Grambling State, and Prairie View A&M. And so, again, just to recap, the matchup is set for tomorrow. It'll be number 1 seed, Alabama State, taking on Texas Southern. Still a double elimination format. It will be Alabama State who will need to defeat Texas Southern 2 times, I should say. For Texas Southern to win, they will just need to defeat Alabama State once if they look at it in that way. If you're local, I encourage you to come on out to the ITRC. It should be a great time. TV shows are certainly fun. If this is the end of the ride for you, of course, I'm sure you will get all of the details tomorrow on the SWAC.org page. I will, or myself or someone will be here on behalf of USBC to write a nice story for the for bowl.com. And so one way or another, of course, you may know or you will know probably what happened, and you'll be able to watch the replay April 2nd and April 3rd that is scheduled to air at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. Well, folks, until the next time I may encounter you in the chat room, I appreciate it. Have a safe and happy week. Please join us. I believe our next collegiate broadcast, again, will be the intercollegiate singles and team championships. Myself, along with my main man, Aaron Smith, will be in Baton Rouge with you to bring you all the action there. But until next time, I say so long, good night. Congratulations to Texas Southern and Alabama State and all of the teams involved. Southern made it a heck of a day, as did Jackson State, as did Texas Southern, Prairie View, and Grambling State. On behalf of the tournament staff, crew, all of the coaches and players, my name is Emil Williams Jr. Big thanks to the ITRC staff, Nick Karichny, Rod Ross, Lou Marquez. We will talk to you soon. Don't forget to catch the recap and the replay here on our YouTube channel. Don't forget to follow and subscribe to Bowl TV. My name is Emil Williams Jr. saying so long for now. This has been a presentation of the SWAC Championship live on Bowl TV.